and
sorry, I never went live. I started streaming through the streaming service, but I never went live through YouTube. That's so funny that you have to do it both ways. Hello now, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Cameron is having some technical issues. That has not changed from when I originally thought I started the stream about a minute ago.
I can hear Cameron. I would just like to throw that out there.
Okay.
Well, I can't hear him.
Cameron and Connor were talking at the same time, and I almost had an aneurysm.
Oh, that's not good. Let's reconnect.
So do you want to hear more about Purple Rain, or what?
There's Cam.
Hello. Okay. I just wanted to finish saying hi real quick because I never started actually streaming. I just did that a couple seconds ago. 8 seconds ago to be exact. So yeah. Alrighty. So can we hear everybody?
I can hear you.
I can hear everything.
I can hear everybody. I don't see
can't hear
Connor.
Cameron.
Ooh.
Yeah, give him a sec.
Okay.
Go on.
I don't know if he's talking either, but I
Let me
can't
exit
hear
all the
him
way out.
if he is.
Oh,
He is talking.
well, he just quit because of you, Cameron.
Well, God, I made Connor quit D&D forever.
Yep, with one simple question. Sometimes that's all it takes, you know?
Hey Cam, remember that dream you had where your bad playing made me want to quit D&D?
Yeah.
Get better.
Okay, I'll try.
Be better. Wait a second. Okay, yeah, everybody can be heard there. All right.
I had a dream that Felicity was like, God, Desmond's the worst. I hate Cameron. I'm done. And I'm like, okay.
All right. Can I have
Very on brand for me.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Come on. Come on. We got this. Come on, game. You can do it. Or, not game. Come on, Roll20. You can do this. Explore. There we go. Oh, okay.
Were lied to, and
Disappeared. Add to game. Oh my gosh, yes. Okay.
I see Connor again.
There we go.
I see a Connor. Howdy there, Connor. Cameron, can you see Connor?
See and hear Connor.
Woo.
Connor,
right,
can
so-
you see and hear everybody?
Yeah, I can see and hear everybody.
Okay.
My favorite Felicity quote is, there's so many on this list. But I think my favorite is, hold on, wait, I thought of a question that might actually interest me more.
I like that
And
one.
because I don't know what he's going through, I can be mad. That one's my favorite, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
A similar one to that is, I didn't see a woman cry, so I can be mean.
Yep.
Yeah, when you were talking about quitting a job.
Hey, Cameron, I just want to let you know, William said, hi, Cameron, from the living room.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Hey, William, what's up?
Oh,
Glad to have you.
gosh, that's good. That is good stuff. Alrighty, so,
Get my brother to watch.
let me, just everybody get your siblings to watch, and we'll be up to, like...
Haley! Get on the stream!
I gotta drive to downtown Indy real quick.
Alright, just have the laptop and the hotspot going in the car. I'm sure that will never be an issue. Okay.
I could plug my headphones and have Haley just listen. I can go to her room. We can stream from her room.
That doesn't add to the view count, though. That's what's important.
Oh, that's true. That's right. Also, Haley's boyfriend, I think, is at work, so he might not be able to watch the stream.
Okay.
But he is going to be a
what a-
dedicated watcher and follower to our YouTube channel. So.
Good. That's, you know what? That's all I can ask for. Okay, so, I think, Mark just wheeled. Oh, never mind, he's back. All right. So,
Wheeling and dealing.
let me open up Chrome on this bad boy here, just so I have access to the notes.
Oh, that's true. That's right. Also, Haley's. Did everyone else hear me repeat words?
Yes,
That was weird.
that was weird.
I was not talking.
That's a ghost.
Yeah.
Is this today's adventure? There's a ghost.
I went above and beyond with today's adventure.
Is this a really bad indie horror film?
It's gonna be, oh my gosh, like that one. Wow, that's so specific. But the one that was like the Skype call horror movie
Hey,
one.
that's really funny.
Yeah.
Which one?
I'm your
What is
boy
it called?
Okay, all right. So everybody's here. Everybody ready to get started? We're 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Oh, what is Lisa saying? Oh yeah, good stuff. I did share that with everybody, and everybody really liked it.
Oh yeah.
Lisa, you're the best.
Yes. Okay. So let me go ahead and hop to where you guys are, and let me go ahead and do this, and then do this, and then do.
Mark.
we have been playing so much Morrowind, y'all. It's really.
Well, blame
Oh,
Jeremy
God.
Soul for making such good ambient, neutral music.
Honestly, it's the best in the industry.
It really is.
He's so good.
This is really doing it for me, actually.
But don't
I'm
worry,
there.
it's not just Morrowind. It's also Oblivion and Skyrim and the Elder Scrolls Online. It's everything.
Good.
Yeah.
Evan, did you get a haircut?
I got a haircut, I think at least 2 weeks ago, when I started
Okay.
wearing a hat.
It looks shorter for some reason.
Well, I've been wearing the hat the last 2 times you've seen me to cover it up.
Is Connor still there for you guys? Because he just
No, he
disappeared
just-
for me.
Apparently,
He
he just hit
disappeared.
backspace on accident, and he will be back in a few
Oh,
seconds.
cool.
Okay.
I heard him yell.
I shouldn't be allowed to have a trackpad. I'm a child, or I'm a very sophisticated rat that somehow almost figured out how to work computers, but not all the way.
Okay. All right. So on that note, I think that it is prime time
Prime time.
to start. So, let me, if you would please, get this going here. Turn this one down a little bit. And so, session 3 of the Salamander Coast. Gave that about 2 more syllables than what it actually has. So, picking up where we left off, after perhaps the most unusual, circumstantial, and life-changing day of their lives, our 5 beginning adventurers found themselves in the hands of the Fisher estate, resting for the night before their first job as a mercenary team would begin. That morning, Brennan Fisher woke them up bright and early to give them their urgent task. They were to carry explosives to collapse a mining site on the southeastern reach of the Undercity, an area that had recently been plagued by a demolition gone wrong. Their goal was to use these explosives to seal off a cavern entrance, one that was spewing both noxious gas and a wrath of undead ghouls into the housing district nearby. Their personal problems with each other had no time to fester, as they were equipped with gas masks and urgently sent on their way. The ghouls proved threatening, but the 5 happened to make quite a good team and were able to dispatch the first attack rather quickly. However, their seemingly straightforward mission grew more complicated as new information came forward. First, a miner's work note seemed to reveal that the demolition accident was really the fault of Brennan Fisher. His insistence caused the miners to move along with the demolition too quickly. Second, they found a strange salmon-colored dome that was actually a magical shield housing 5 people who wished to escape the Undercity. The group had agreed to help them only to find, much too late, that the people inside the dome were actually Dark One cultists. These events led to more questions for the groups. Why did the other miners seem to believe that Brennan was on their side? Why were the cultists trapped down here? Were they escaping the cult or the miners? And most importantly of all, what is Brennan not telling us? But these questions had no time to get answered, as the team helped rescue a few innocent miners and escorted the cultists to safety. As a barrage of ghouls rained down upon them, they found themselves with time to do nothing except run when the job was done. The explosives went off, and the cavern collapsed. The group narrowly escaped a terrible death by the hands of ghouls. As it turns out, the five excelled in combat and found a team-like rhythm. Despite the chaos of the past few days, it seems they had an undeniable knack for handling the troubles of the battlefield. And it seems that if the true limits of their skill, especially Bianca's blood magic and Cecily's chaotic sorcery, are yet to be seen. Now, though, the group must decide what to do with all of this information. Their fate as mercenaries, as fugitives, as a team, will surely be tested more. Also, Cecily needs to figure out why casting a spell made her skin turn blue. There is also that. Thank you, Mark, for that wonderful last line right there. That is my favorite.
It didn't fit in any of the paragraphs.
That's okay. So, that brings us to where we pick up from where we had left off. All of you had just made your way up the staircase leading to the proper part of the Undercity, the one that had not been filled with noxious fumes, making your way up to the top, Cecily being the last, and all of you, now out of the flurry of combat, you turn around and you all click that Cecily is bright blue. Like, the best way to describe it is the image. Yeah, all of you now are safe, at least as much as you can be in the Undercity, and you've completed your job. So, with Cecily blue, I would like to ask all of you, what would you like to do?
Desmond's gonna burst out laughing when he sees Cecily.
Cecily, what in the hell happened to your skin?
I am going to take off the gas mask, slowly get down on the floor in a fetal pose out of exhaustion, and say, I don't know.
I like it.
Okay.
Ashima still has 2 HP, kind of holding his sigh like that. It's worse things that could happen, I guess.
Mm.
I mean, it's debatably not a bad thing.
I have lots of friends who are primary colored. Bianca, for example.
I'm not a primary color.
Oh, I don't know my colors.
Secondary.
They didn't teach that. That was not taught in the monastery.
What's the difference between a primary and a secondary color? They're all just colors, aren't
That's
they?
what
Primary colors make secondary colors, but you can't make a primary color with another primary color. So
That doesn't make any sense.
purple is red and blue.
Were your parents red and blue?
No.
Well, that's just...
Well, you just said that purple is made from red and blue,
Oh my
so...
God. I meant the color, not me.
You know, this is all really cool, but
You are blue.
Yeah,
Does
I'm with
anyone
Cecily.
know? Does anyone have any fucking idea what's happening, or is this just another stone throw of weirdness in my fucking life? Is this what we're just doing now? Am I just this?
Well, when did you turn blue?
I don't know. I was okay. So, you know, sometimes I do this. I'll do the shocking grasp thing with my hand.
Yeah.
Okay, so I figured out how to do this. And then I figured out how to do and I'll just do a little like beep, little witch bolt just beep. And then I don't fucking know, I turned blue. That was it.
So it happened when you did magic?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, maybe that's because you did strong magic, you know? Like, you're a magical being. You're not a wizard. You didn't study for this.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And I'm a magical being, which is why I have horns, and I'm purple.
Okay.
And Desmond's a magical being, which is why he's a dragon.
I am.
Kind of, yeah, dragonborn.
Well, no,
Yeah, so-
I'm magical.
Yeah, right?
Of course.
Well, that's very kind of you to say.
All right.
I
hate
thought it
to
was
be
just a
rude, but
fact.
can we figure out who's magical back at
Oh, you're probably
Brendan's
magical
place?
too. I think we're all at least a little magical.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gonna start
We're all
walking
part
there.
of the fucking party. Hey, how long am I gonna be blue? Does anyone have any information about that? Is this
Until you turn your attitude around.
I wouldn't be asking how long you will be blue, but how long will it take you to adjust to being blue?
All right, just give me a sec. I'm gonna do something in the chat real quick.
All right.
There.
All right. Well, I don't think my words. All right. Well, you know, let's.
What
go.
if we all became different colors? Would she feel better then?
It's worth a shot.
I don't know how to do that.
So with that, as all of you some of you can't help but chuckle at that comment and begin to walk. Poe, Ashima, and Cecily at the very front. But as you're walking back, Desmond, Bianca kind of swings around back to you as the five of you are walking back to Brennan's.
Hey, I know we just had kind of like a funny conversation, but I had a serious question to ask you, if you don't.
Okay, and I have a serious answer to give you.
Okay, cool. How do you feel about Brennan?
Well, I don't like him.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't trust him. How do you feel about him?
Very similarly, but like, how do you feel in regards to him having such control over the people here?
Oh, I think it's no one should have control over anyone, if you ask me.
Right.
At least not like that.
I don't.
I mean, we saw whatever that
Yeah.
gnome's name was.
Mhm.
Byron, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
And that man and his family were starving to death, and that's just not right.
Yeah.
When you see what
I
Brennan's
just-
eating.
Right. And so just like knowing Rose for so long and then meeting Brennan, it's just kind of shocking. And I was
Who's Rose?
wondering, oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't know Rose. Rose is basically the investor in outside Summer's Rest. And so I do a lot of dealing with her because I'm a shop owner. So I figured Brennan would be more like her, who's just very like neutral. It's just business oriented, not so, I don't know, brainwashing. But I'm not normally the kind of person who like tries to take things into my own hands. But I was wondering if, I don't know what's going to happen when we get back, but if things keep going south with Brennan, I think I know a way we could take care of him. But I'd need your help.
Color me intrigued.
I don't want to
Oh.
Ha. Okay. I don't want to get too in depth with everything, especially if like we decide that, you know, or like something goes really, I don't know, a different direction suddenly, or we learn a different side of something. But I just wanted to know that I would definitely need your help, and I wanted to know that maybe you would be down. So
Oh, I am more than just down.
we may also need Cecily, but she's blue, so.
Yeah, she is.
And I meant metaphorically.
Well, that too, but
Okay. I
No,
thought you'd be interested, and
I am very interested.
Okay. That's it for now. Thanks for talking. And then Bianca's gonna walk away.
Eat the rich. Eat the rich.
Okay, alrighty. So Desmond's whisper shouting to Bianca. All of you continue to make your way through the Undercity back to Brennan's abode. So I'll go ahead and move you guys back here. Right. So you are all back now. And as all of you are walking, right about at this point, you get to the pond, or the fountain with all of the flowers around it. You can see that that family, the dwarvish man, the halfling woman, and their child are just kind of sitting by the fountain. And as all of you walk, the man, he kind of runs up, or he sees you and he kind of like jumps up to attention and begins to make his way towards you. And you can see he's kind of holding something wrapped in almost like butcher's paper, like that very thick dark brown paper wrapped in some twine. And he begins to approach all of you, and he says, I'm sorry, excuse me, I know that you all are probably very busy, but well, I was hoping I was hoping you'd accept a gift. And so right at the front, Cecily, you're right at the front, and he kind of looks at you, and he kind of looks a little quizzical at first, but then he just says, here, it's the least that me and my...
Cat.
Trouble, what are you doing?
You know, you named
that
the cat
makes so
Trouble, and then you expect him to
You know what
name-
happened.
Oh, God.
You're a pirate now.
And he says, you need to go down. I can't do this. I'm sorry, you can't lean on my back.
Oh, he
No
got
one's
all
snuggle.
cozy.
Joe, I think you just have to deal with it. I don't know if he's gonna move.
Okay, he's not going anywhere.
Why didn't you name him Well Behaved?
All right. You got. All right. There you go. I'm gonna lean back. You got this. There you go. Where are you going?
No.
That's the wrong direction.
All right. Come on. Oh, I'm so sorry.
This is the Roll20 equivalent of when the cat
Jumps
walks
on
across
the
the game, the board game.
Well, Trouble's the DM now, I suppose. Oh, what are you doing?
You find yourself in a field of tuna and string. That's the adventure.
All right.
Make your own fun.
Okay, so now he's in my lap, which means I can go
Much
back.
better. Aw.
So, in this butcher's paper and twine. Okay. all right.
Cat.
He
It's a
says-
cat.
He hands it to Cecily, and he says, "I know for people of your stature, it's probably not much." Okay, all right. It's probably not much, but well, I work as an armorer, and my wife works as a tinkerer, and it was something that we had been working on before the whole escapade down there, and well, I just think it would probably be have some good use in your hands. And he hands it to you, Cecily, just being the person who was at the front.
All right, she'll take it. She's still weeping, but she'll not like prolonged sighs of anguish. Just you know when you're just crying while washing the dishes, like that. that's where we're at. But she'll just take it and just All right, cool. Thanks.
Of course. Well, safe travels to all of you. May Saint Vistra guide you and protect you. Whatever. And he turns away and heads back to his family. As all of you continue to make your way back towards accounts pending. This strange thing in your hands, Cecily, just holding it, you can tell that there are, the majority of it is metal. You can kind of feel that just in the packaging. But as you're making your way towards the steps that lead up to this sort of like tiny garden area, patio almost, you can see Byron sort of standing, inspecting, just kind of looking around. And when he sees all of you, he kind of jolts over towards you and he says, well, I'm happy you made it. Frankly, when I saw where you were going, I was a little nervous because I thought, well, maybe they might not make it out, but I'm very glad you did. So, I take it that since you were just trying to get out, that you're gonna be, when you head back in there, you're gonna be heading up.
That is our current plan, Byron.
Oh, nice. That's good. Well, especially after that, you all deserve to be heading up. Well, I suppose then we could do a rain check on the mage hand. Oh, you're blue.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, some other time then. Maybe if I find my way up to the surface, or you all find your ways back down here, we can talk about it then.
On this side of the city or the next? In this life or the one after?
Thank you.
Perhaps those axes will help you get to the other part of the city faster.
That might be true. They really might. So, regardless, everything you've done for me, I greatly appreciate. All right. Well, I won't hold you up any longer. It seems like you all have quite the important stuff to do. So, safe travels, and may Saint Vistra guide you. And he sort of bows ahead to all of you, and there's kind of a weird feeling that some of you get where these people, you assume that they're starting to treat you like Brennan, where each one is sort of bowing to you. They're trying to avert their gaze whenever they can, trying not to impose or be rude. And Byron just kind of nods and then turns back and begins to head back down south towards his mushroom farm. So,
Did you all get the strange feeling that... Oh, never mind.
Don't start a thought and then not finish it.
Yeah, that's not fair.
No, I think I know what you're talking about.
But they're treating us a bit different since we went down there.
Yeah.
That we're with Byron. Or Brennan. I'd like to be with Byron. He's a good guy.
Byron is a good guy. I'm sad that I just don't have the energy right now. I'm so exhausted after all that. Wish we could have spent more time with him.
I took a pretty sizable bite, Merc. You don't think you come of the ghoul after you get bitten by one, do you?
No.
Let's hope not.
Oh, there's a lot of things to meditate on. Well, hopefully we won't have to be in his service for very long.
I have a feeling that's not the case.
Well, let's hope that we can get distance at least. If that has to be the case.
okay.
All right.
I want to hand off the package to Poe. Cecily's just been holding it for a bit, and it's made of metal, and she doesn't have the emotional capacity to care about it right now, so she's just gonna hand it to Poe.
Yeah, Poe noticed that they handed you something he didn't know if it's in it, but you said there's metal in it, Joe?
Yeah, you can feel through the paper. There's definitely a combination of metal and leather. You would actually be able to place it. It feels kind of like a bracer. but there's a lot of extra stuff on it. You know, you can tell a very well-made, streamlined protective bracer, but this seems either embellished with something or has something added to it. Well, you're not exactly sure without taking the paper off.
Thanks, Cecily. I'm going to take a look at it in a little bit. I want to see. Poe is exhausted, guys. He took a beating. I'm looking at his current hit points. Ooh.
Yeah, we all took a bit of a slam.
Yeah.
So he's
That's
ready
great.
to rest.
There's always one player that just doesn't get hurt.
I don't know if I think I got hurt, but Desmond feels fine. He's great. Y'all are just man.
Oh gosh. Okay.
It's okay to not be okay.
Right.
Hey, if I had to rate
normalized male
myself how I'm
vulnerability.
feeling from a scale of 1 to 17, it would be a 10. So,
Bro.
Oh,
Oh.
that is the
Bro.
best you can do.
Bro. Kaylin.
Be
needs to
back.
get back. Alrighty. So, oh my gosh. So
It's
You
a
were so
catastrophe.
oh my god. It's just so funny. Oh
Is
my
he purring?
no, he's just
Oh.
which is
He's just
I don't
wanting
know.
to disrupt things.
yeah, I mean
Not even happy there.
it I wouldn't be comfortable. This is probably so uncomfortable. Do you realize how big you are? Where are you going? I'm so sorry. God, I'm wearing a scarf now. Oh my god, what are you doing? Trouble. I want somebody to tune in right now and just
I hope so.
what are you doing?
That's our
not a
mascot.
cat butt in my face. All right. You can go down
Totally
there.
the best guy.
Nope. All right. There you go. Woo! Okay.
Trouble.
So, all of you begin to now. The two guards standing at the front doors. They recognize you. They open the doors, and there's no more ball music playing. It seems like Brennan doesn't have any guests. But you can see the doors to his office are open, and you can see him in there, and he's currently talking to a small, sort of bookish-looking gnomish individual, and they're sort of going back and forth over maybe a medium-sized journal. You can see maybe 50 to 100 pages. He's sort of talking back and forth, verifying things, and as he sees all of you enter, he says, "Well, look who survived! Oh my gods, I cannot tell you how happy I am to see that my adventurers, my mercenaries, they made it, which means your contract can now be made official. With the help of my scribe here, we were able to come up with just the perfect contract. A simple contract, very easy to read and follow, so that way you know exactly what you're getting yourselves into. So please, first tell me about the mission. Tell me everything, how everything went, if you have any extra things, and of course, before you sign your contract, I'm sure you'll want your payment, right?"
Bianca's just gonna take out the 4 hands and drop them on the table.
Oh, very nice. 4 hands. How much did I say? 5 extra gold per hand?
You said 10.
10?
I think so.
I trust you. 10 extra gold, so that is 40 extra gold. So that is 50 gold apiece, and pulling out these small little purses for each one of you, sending them down on the table, 50 gold apiece, and a pot of 40 gold for the hands. You collect it, split that up however you see fit. And there you have it. Payment and... I'm sorry, Bianca, what is that? That's not my revolver, is it?
And he's pointing at the revolver.
Mm-hmm. And it's like
Yeah.
all the white ivory currently glowing and has this very ethereal, magical look to it that it did not have when you left.
Yeah, that's kind of just happened.
No, I repaired it.
Very interesting. Well, I was happy to loan it to you, but I'll be taking it back now. I can't
I'm
be without my
assuming I can't
mantelpiece.
pay you for it, can I?
Well, that's interesting. You could pay me for it, but I think it might be easier to to earn it, because I don't think I'd be willing to part with it for more than 500 gold. I mean, look at it. It's quite beautiful. Or how about this? Once you all sign under the contract in order to gain your passage back up to the surface, what do we say to 3 successful jobs in the name of the Fisher estate, and it's all yours. And me being the kind and generous fellow that I am, I'll give you a replacement pistol in the meantime.
I mean, if we sign the contract, sure, that sounds great.
Very good. Well, I'll go ahead and take the revolver back now, please. Thank you. And he just kind of like forcibly takes it, sets it back up on the mantle. Ah, there we go. Oh, look at that. It gives a nice opal sheen to the room. Oh, that's so nice. So, I see you have that ghoul hands. That's good. I heard the explosion. I'm happy you're all alive. Tell me, regale me with the tale. What exactly happened?
Well, we
There we
went down there, fought some ghouls, as you can see, placed some powder and blew it up. Pretty straightforward, save for the cuts and bruises and bites we took.
Is anyone better at storytelling?
Well,
Shine a diamond, it'll still be a diamond. Roll in the mud, and it'll still be mud.
Did that happen? You found diamonds, or...
No.
no. We walked down to that part of town, and we saw the gas that was around it.
Mhm.
And the masks, they worked. Luckily, we went and we found a family of miners that were stuck, and we
All
brought
right,
them to cover.
never mind. Forget I asked. Something you'll have to work on is that. It's honestly... that is what all of your speaking sounded like, and honestly, I almost fell asleep standing up. So, please, in the future, learn some showmanship. I would love to hear your tales, but I do not want to sleep through them. So, that being said, your job is finished. Yes, now the people there, they'll no longer be poisoned when they go down to work. Amazing! Work can return as normal. And now, a contract. So, what was your name again? My name was, Hez, sir. Ah, yes, Hez. So, Hez here has been working on your contract, and, he will, be sort of walking you through exactly, is happening. yes. Well, this is what we pay him for, so this is what he'll do. Yes, of course, sir. So he told me to try and keep the contract as simple as possible for your mercenary contract and your proper certification for traveling throughout the nation of Belliclara as mercenaries under the Fisher estate. I tried to keep it as simple as I can, but there is a certain amount of pomp and circumstance and wordiness required by the statutes and laws set up by the council. But you'll see. It's, as I said, I tried to keep it as simple as possible. And you can see that, like, 100-page journal. He kind of, like, slides it over towards all of you. The contract is in the first pages there, and the rest of it is for bookkeeping among your adventures.
Okay, Bianca will go up and be the first to, like, look through it, and she's not skimming, she's, like, reading it.
Okay, I'm really glad you said that, because you can read it, because it is written. So, I'm going to share this with everybody.
Oh my god.
And it will not fit on the Roll20 thing, so you have to go to a Google Doc to see the contract
Okay.
in its entirety.
I hope that doesn't make my
That means
computer
it's
hate me.
long. Oh, it must be long. Oh,
Let's see. It can't be. No, it's
Invested
not. Oh, it actually is. Oh no, it's long. All right, we're gonna need a minute.
Yes, please take
All
all
right.
the time you need. If there are any adjustments you'd like to make, luckily I scribed it with a specialty ink that I can remove and reapply in whatever case that you would like to deem. Of course, the agreements will need to be mutual between Master Fisher, yourselves, and need to go through me as the financier of the state. It's my job to make sure everything maintains a profitable for yourselves, but mostly for the Fisher estate. Yes. So, yes.
I'm just. Mark would read it, but I'm just letting you know Cecily is not reading that. But I might.
Oh, let's see. Compensation. Not too concerned with that.
Which is the longest section.
You know, being a monk has its it has its perks. Let me just
Yeah.
Control F. Slavery. Yeah, no results. They're right. I'm gonna look over my shoulder, well, I guess look up, rather. Is anybody else still reading this?
Yes.
All right. Well, Bianca, I have skipped quite ahead to the confidential information sub clause. If you would like to read the upper half, I got the bottom.
Yep, sounds good.
Welcome.
Desmond's going to be looking over the shoulder of whoever also trying to read it, but
Well,
he's trying his best.
Do I see Desmond doing that?
Oh yeah, I mean he's the book's not very big. He's right over, just kind of.
And he's just going to quietly start reading out loud. Confidential information is defined as information that Broom is not made public. I'm not actually going to because
Yes,
that would
please,
be
because
annoying.
I cannot read when you do that.
Yeah, Connor will not, but Ashima will.
rights to the word mercenaries give Brennan.
Oh wait, look at this. I got 3
Funeral expenses.
Oh,
Gosh, this is not simple. My God.
I will say, I wish I could take credit for this, but somebody on Reddit did this for a different thing, and I edited it. I'm not gonna try and take credit because this is if I did write this, I deserve to eternal damnation. But somebody else did,
lawyers.
and I borrowed it.
My favorite part is because mercenaries are not employees of Brennan, mercenaries are not entitled to workers' compensation, retirement,
Yeah.
insurance, or other benefits afforded to employees of Brennan.
I
Right
want.
to the work.
Do his employees get benefits? That's my question.
Rights to the work mercenaries give Brennan the non-exclusive rights to use and distribute magical items, scrolls, potions, and masterwork weapons and armor as part of jobs, discoveries, and exploration. The fair market value of which Brennan will deduct from gross. Oh my God. So, what if we do not sign this?
What?
Well, I mean, do we have to sign it?
And you can see Brennan is just kind of, he's lost interest in this part. He's kind of gone off and has kind of Well, I'm going to be very frank with you. If you don't, I'm not exactly sure how you're going to get out of the Undercity. Also, well, Brennan has had a tendency to get what he wants, and when he doesn't, he tends to get a little upset. And
I would be very happy to sign this, but there is one small issue here at the bottom. I was hoping you could help me change.
oh, of course, yeah.
Well, see, it says the laws of Bella Clara govern this agreement, and legal disputes can only be resolved, so on and so forth. High Council Representative. Oh, that's a lot of words. I was curious if I might. I'm not from Bella Clara,
Okay.
and I was curious if, just in order, so there might not be a loophole in all of this, if I might include also governed by Loshari Tongwu morals.
And also,
That would bind me to this as well. You could see how a loophole could be found by me, but not being from Bella Clara.
yes, well, I do see. Go ahead and make a persuasion check. Ishima.
If you're doing what I think you're doing, this is very good.
I am doing what you think I'm doing.
I don't know
And
what
you
you're
the-
doing, but I figured it was smart.
Cue the heist music.
Guys, I played. Some people play D&D with like numbers. I try and play it like George Clooney. And Joe, I've got a plan.
No!
No, fuck.
No!
Well,
There goes that.
I really would, but well, you see, the council is very, very, very specific about who ends up dealing with these legal, political, mercantilism matters. What I could do for you, as to there are no loopholes, is, well, you know what? I'll do it. I'll get you the proper requisitions and files, so that way you may be an official Bella Calarian citizen. That way, there's no way for you to sort of end up getting out of anything. That way, you know that according to your morals, you are legally binded to it by not only the laws and morals of your people, but also the laws and morals of the Belliclarian people. Does that satiate your desires?
No, but
Oh,
I'll accept it.
all right. Yes, well, so here, I'll just take a note of that, and I will make sure to get on that within the fortnight.
But do also make a note that, well, should my person be detained, well, I'll need to contact the Lashari embassy, which I don't suppose there is one here.
Not in Summer's Rest, no, but there should be one in Belka, I'm sure. And if not, we could always send an
Right.
envoy,
Well-
and you would just probably be detained for an exponential amount of time, probably nothing more than 7 to 10 years, just depending on how fast the mail can travel from one destination to the other.
Just as a legal note, then, might you send? Oh no, I'll send it myself. Never mind.
Very well. I am able to ship and mail things for a discounted price. For you, you would end up paying full price for any travel expenses for that particular parcel. But if that's so you wish, I completely understand your wishes, as I am merely here to try and keep the peace and make everyone as happy as they can be. Any other?
All right, out of
I have a
Out of-
question.
character, somebody else come up with legal loopholes.
Yes, my dear Bianca, correct?
Yes.
I don't know if you remember me. I came to your store. What was it? Maybe 3 years ago. I had a terrible terrible warts on my feet, and your tonic did miracles for me.
Oh, thank you. I think I actually do remember you now. You have, yeah. Oh my gosh, those were terrible.
Ah, yes, they were.
I'm
I
so
know it was
sorry.
grotesque to show them to you, but I just wanted to make sure that I was getting the right thing.
You won't believe the things I've seen in my line of work, so you're fine.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh, sorry, my dear. You had a question.
Well, because you're so thorough, and I appreciate that.
Oh, yes.
I
Thank
just
you so
also,
much.
well, yeah, of course. I also like to be thorough, and so I feel like I will need to take my time reading this before I can actually sign it. How soon did Brennan want us to sign it? Is it okay if we have a night to even discuss amongst ourselves?
Well, I don't see any problem with that. Typically, there are in most delegations of mercenary contracts, especially for an extended period of time, there is some delegation between members of specific terms and contracts. I think the only caveat is that your group will be allowed to stay at the Fisher residence here in the Undercity, but you won't be able to send back up to accounts pending in the exterior of Summer's Rest until the contract is signed, at least by Brennan's wishes.
Right. I think we only need 24 to 48 hours, really. It depends on how the discussion goes, so yes.
Yes, let me see what he thinks.
Okay.
Master Fisher, they had an they had something they thought might interest you. Yes. And Brennan walks over and he says, oh, really? Something to interest me? You'd like to do something else? Yes, they would. As with any good mercenary, they do not rush headfirst into dire circumstances. They wish to reflect with each other and inward, as Shima is always talks about, as he's done several times now. But they'd like some time to look inward and discuss with one another to determine if there's anything they'd like to do in addition to the work that they've already been outlined in the contract. They are thinkers, first and foremost, and ready to dive in with both feet. They just need a moment to discuss. Brennan just looks at him like you would look at a slug on a sidewalk. Just, so, what are you trying to say? They need time to think. That's all you had to say. So, how much time do you think all of you need? I understand wanting to review all of your options, but there are things needed done for the Fisher estate. The sooner they get done, the sooner you get paid. So, how much time do you think you need?
And I'm going to look to the group. Do you think 24 to 48 hours is enough time for us to talk about this?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I imagine my recommendation of waiting till my next reincarnation won't be taken seriously, so that's fine.
Cecily, are you okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that all right, Brennan? 24 to 48 hours, and we'll let you know what we come to.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, no.
And don't get a one.
No. Oh, no.
So upset about that.
I clicked it. Oh my god.
Same amount!
It's a 4. I don't have anything to add.
24.
I'm not a persuasive tiefling.
To 48 hours. I don't. No, you see, there was something Rose wanted all of you to do whenever you had the free time, and well, don't like disappointing my sister, But you want to think about it, I understand that. You'd like to do more. What do you say to 4 hours?
Fitting.
Can you give us until morning at least?
We're extremely exhausted.
I'm gonna show him my bite mark. I'm not gonna turn into a ghoul, am I?
Probably not. All right. You know what? Because of how putrid you look right now, best not to go back up to the city like this. All right. You have until morning, but you must shower, perfume. I will have a tailor come by to fix your clothes, so that way when you exit this building as a member of the Fisher estate, honorarily, not actually, and it should have said in there, but you will not actually be employed by, you will be independent contractors contracted by. We can discuss that more later. But still, the Fisher name is tied to you, so you must look the part and be respectable. So, that is my condition. All of you must be squeaky clean by the time you leave here tomorrow. Is that fair?
Sounds fair.
Peachy. Thank you. Group leader Bianca. Just kidding. So, fine. Take the time you need. 8 hours starting now. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Anything else? Any more time? And... well, I don't think you want to know what happens if you take any more than 8 hours. Good? Great. Now please, you can head to your rooms, discuss, there's food in there for you, drink if you'd like. And I look forward to hearing what you have to say in the morning. Alright? Toodaloo, bye-bye. Alrighty, so you all exit out of his office around the hallway and head into your conjointed room for the group of you.
Well, I did my best.
At least this gives us more time to think of things to add to it. Or take out from it.
I could write to the monastery and tell them that I'm being held here against my will.
But they won't say anything about it.
They can write. But, well, it would take them maybe about a year to get here anyways.
Maybe we should bank on turning into ghouls.
You know, I
that
don't like
technically
that
doesn't even work, so...
Okay, and you're certain?
Yes, very certain.
Because
I don't know.
I spend all day pondering over uncertainties, and this is one that I'd like to be certain about.
Yeah.
You look kind of ghoulish to me, Ashima.
I'm... Alright.
Maybe I'm turning into a ghoul. Maybe
Pretty
that's-
ghoul if you were.
Nah.
That wasn't ghoul what you just said.
All right, I'm gonna sit down at the table.
Yeah, ghoul it, you guys.
Do you have the contract, Bianca?
Mm-hmm. She'll bring it over and sit next to Poe.
All right, let's get cracking.
All right, folks, this is D&D right here. They're going to spend the next 45 minutes going over legalese to try and figure out a loophole for themselves.
Yep.
Anybody want to do some spiritual stretches? Meantime, just to realign your key. No?
I think Cecily is going to, just like last night, flop over face down on her bed in defeat.
I'm gonna walk over Cecily's bed. Just kind of sit there until noticed.
Okay. I'd say, a while will go by. And then eventually she will, without moving and talking right into the pillow, just, Shima, if you don't start talking soon, this gets really weird.
The woman whose life you saved was named Yera. That's all. He's gonna stand up and walk away.
Oh, which, by the way, Ashima, as she was the one who talked to you last, you hadn't exactly noticed it as so many things had been happening all throughout that time, and as you were stretching and just kind of moving around a little bit, you feel something in a pocket that was not there before.
He goes into fighter level 2, where he does a lunge with his arms out, finds in his pocket, go and take it out and kind of not stealthily, but maybe a little more incognito look at it.
Okay, so as you pull it out, you see a shard of obsidian, very, very like jet black piece of stone or hard rock. It is so clear that you can almost see your reflection in it, and it's maybe about the size of your palm, not that big. And it just was not there before, but in your pocket now. You don't feel any different holding it. Yeah.
Hey, Bianca.
Yeah.
Well, I think I found something more of your expertise than mine. And walk over to the table and put the obsidian very delicately in front of them. There you go.
And cool. Do I know what it is?
Make an Arcana check.
And, I
I
don't
guess I
quite-
could, instead of reading the thing, just figure out what it is, because I have that thing.
What's
I
that,
clicked
Ashima?
it. There it is.
Well, I'm
Yay.
not sure if it's a metal of some sort, but you might also be of some help.
Okay, he's going to come over from looking at the contract.
Actually, Bianca was sitting next to Poe, so you don't have to move very far.
Okay, never mind.
Not 4.
So, Bianca, before you and Poe start looking at the contract, you focus in on it, and there is this very bizarre moment as you're sort of staring at it. You can feel that there is magic coursing through it, and there's almost like a magnetism to it, where you feel like this is something that has been broken and it wants to be combined. It wants to be re-put together. And as you're holding it and focusing on it, everything around you goes black. You just kind of fade out. And you can see like echoes of the people in the room with you. Outlines almost. And as you are focusing so deep into this, you move past what you traditionally know as darkness, right? Not just that thing, especially for you with dark vision, that sort of shades of grays and whites and blacks that still allow you to see in the dark, but real darkness, not being able to see anything. And one step past just closing your eyes, an endless void of black stretching out like an ocean in front of you. And as you come back to, not but moments past, nobody noticing you going into this trance, you feel like shadows are clinging to you more easily. All of you can see that any of the darker spots of the room, there are times where Bianca almost kind of like fades away, almost like a shadow clinging to the darkness. And if she kind of moves away, moves out, and the shadow almost follows her around the room. You don't know exactly what it does, but you feel like anytime you are in even like dim light, you are just kind of faded away. That lasts for about a minute. And that magical quality in the rock kind of goes away.
This is interesting.
That is a very interesting rock.
Do you want me to look at it more? Or do you want it?
Oh, no, I have no wants, really. You can have
Yeah,
it.
we know. No wants. Yep. Does it interest you enough to want to hold on to it more?
I think, well, yeah, we could, like, see her, like, kind of in the shadows, right? Kind of getting an idea of what it does.
Yeah, every once in a while you can kind of see her fade, like, into the darkness, and almost like her skin grow kind of see-through. And then when she moves away into a brighter light, it returns to its normal opacity.
Well, tell you what, I'll take it, only give it as a present to someone who I think needs it.
Okay. Maybe just hold on to it, though. It is looking for its other part, I believe. This isn't the completed... I think the stone belongs in something else. And I think we'd be able to figure out what it does better if we had both parts.
That's true. And the person I was planning to give it to, looking over at Desmond, likely won't want to give it away.
Oh. I got the hint, so I'm going to hand it to him.
I'll put it back in my pocket.
While this whole conversation was going on, I want to quietly and as stealthily as I can grab the wrapped package from Poe and open it.
Okay, make a sleight of hand.
No one else has done that. Sleight of hand.
Okay. Poe,
It's
what's
not
your
4.
passive perception?
Sorry, I was muted. 15.
15. Okay. So you do see Desmond kind of making his way over towards behind you and trying to be as stealthy as possible. And as you're sort of sitting down looking at the contract, you can see him just kind of like slide down next to you and try and grab the grappling, or grab the thing in the bag. Whoops. Grab the thing
What are
in the
you
bag.
doing?
Nothing.
Slap his hand.
Can I open it, please?
I need to take a break from this contract. How about we open it together?
Okay, deal.
All right. I'm going to take it and I'm going to open it up on the table for the contract.
Okay. So as you
I want to do some of the unwrapping. That's part of the fun.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You can undo the tape on your brother's present.
So you both work together to unwrap it, pulling the twine, unwrapping the butcher's paper, and you see what looks to be a leather sort of vambrace fastened with steel and metal, but there also is a locking, loading, and so it seems like a shooting mechanism on it, and attached to the underside of the wrist is a 4-pronged hook. And you can see there is a winding mechanism on the bottom part about right here that seems to be filled, as of right now, with a very thick, sturdy hemp rope.
It doesn't look broken or anything, does it?
No, and you now are the proud owner of a grappling gauntlet.
Ooh. Ooh.
It's not magical, but there's a lot there.
It's like Link.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Hooded figure.
Pronged
The hidden
on a rope wire.
attachment. Yeah, it is like Link.
Huh.
Yeah, it was the best art I could find, and it just happened to be from Assassin's Creed. So,
Oh.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
cool one.
Well,
That is really cool. Though.
Shoulders when I shrugged. Ew.
Aggressive shrugging.
I'm gonna
It didn't feel aggressive, but I
I'm gonna
guess.
slide it on.
Okay. Easy enough. There are leather straps that you can tighten to yourself, and it's a little hefty, but I mean, you could probably get used to it.
Well, I'm gonna tinker with it. I'm going to launch it.
Okay.
Launch it at me.
But-
Launch it at me.
Okay.
Launch it at me.
Okay.
Don't launch it.
Launch it at me.
Don't launch it at him.
Launch it at me.
Are you sure I shouldn't launch it at him?
Do it above him.
Sure.
Do it above him.
Launch it at me.
Above
Launch
If you
it
do
at
it
me.
above him, then it'll be near him.
Launch it at me.
Listen, just be clear with me. You want me to launch it at you?
No.
I want you to launch it at me.
You want me to
I will
launch
not let you
I
launch
don't
that.
see. Okay, I'll launch it above him. I'm going to just launch it.
No, don't.
I'm gonna try to jump into it. I
Okay,
wanna try
you
to jump
launch it,
into it.
Desmond. You jump up, and it ends up like slamming right into your shoulder, and it wraps around your neck, and you were like, "Ugh." And as it's launched and wraps around your neck, you kind of like fall or not limp onto the ground, but you just kind of fall onto the ground from being hit in the throat with a grappling hook, and it's currently lashed around your neck.
I'm going to try and disengage.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get it off his neck.
Okay, so yeah,
It was really cool.
easy enough.
I like it a lot.
You call it back, and you do end up dragging Desmond about 5 feet as you do, until eventually Ashima gets the grappling hook off, and he's now off, and Desmond, you can move free, you can breathe now.
Water.
And
Grabbing water.
the rope does rescind back into the launching mechanism.
All right, Poe, give it to me.
I don't.
Give it this moment.
Poe's going to take it off and give it to Ashima. Desmond told me. I thought it. I
Do
swear.
you
I thought it
understand the
above-
consequences of your actions? You could have
He
killed
told
him.
me to shoot it above him. I said I would shoot it above him, and I did. And Desmond.
And then he jumped.
it.
You should have known he was. And Desmond, you're not off the hook either. Get over here.
No,
Well, technically he's off the
I-
hook.
No, get over here.
No.
Desmond, get over.
Then you won't get this.
Okay, I'll
All right.
Poe's kind of pouting right now. So
Oh, Desmond's pouting too.
Now, I'm gonna give this back in a second. And when I do, you two aren't going to use it until you find a productive reason to use it. Do you understand? Because if you don't, I will take it and I will break it so badly, your hammer will not be able to fix it.
that would be very impressive.
I'm gonna lean over
Don't
to
you
Poe.
doubt me, young man.
I'm gonna lean over to Poe and whisper, "Is this what it's like to have a dad?"
Now listen. I understand that we're having a fun time here.
Are we?
I am having a great time.
Ugh.
I'm not having a good time right now.
Sometimes
Sorry.
I forget my age. Don't call me that. Just take it. Just use it productively, please.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I'm gonna look at Desmond.
Just don't play with it. All right. It's a weapon. Don't play with a weapon.
I'm gonna hesitantly grab it. And I'm gonna put
I'm
it back
gonna look to Bianca and be like, sitting at the kids' table again.
Right. Well, at least we know it works.
It's pretty cool too.
Yeah. Are you okay, Desmond?
Oh yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Cool. We can practice with it later if you're down.
Hey,
Thank
you.
squad, can we get back to serious
Thank
stuff
you,
real
guys.
quick? And Bianca's gonna motion for everyone to come back around the contract to the table.
Yeah, of course.
Cecily shall get out of bed and drag her feet over.
What'd you find?
Well, not much. Okay, so if we sign this contract, there's technically a loophole that I was kind of talking to Desmond about that we wouldn't be able to do till later because we wouldn't have enough time, but it's not really a loophole that has to do with following the law?
I'm in.
Oh my gosh.
Can you elaborate?
Are you okay? So Bianca's gonna pull out those mushrooms from earlier. Well, if we sign this contract, we're bound. I'm assuming we need to check, but like I'm assuming if he dies, we're broken from it. But we shouldn't he shouldn't die until we know what's going to happen to the people of this town if he does, which I wanted time to figure out because I really would like to give them a different life somehow. So this mushroom that affected Desmond, if we were able to get this into food that he eats before he goes to bed, he will fall asleep and wake up dead.
I wake up dead?
Okay, so not wake up, but he'll die.
But murder.
Can I
Yeah.
Who are we going to get to kill him?
Murder.
Well,
Not killing.
Everyone,
Murder.
everyone, I'm gonna go
oh,
check on.
guys, shh. I was going to do it. I just wanted to let you guys know it was an option.
I'm just gonna go peek out our door or window real quick.
So
I'm just.
That's wise.
Gonna see.
You open up the. Are you okay?
I want Kayla to live.
I want to live!
what did trouble do?
Breathe! Toxoplasmosis!
His name is Trouble, not Murderer.
Oh, yeah,
It's
that's
like,
the point.
what did Trouble do? Oh, he tried to strangle her. It's okay though. Cecily, you peek out. I'd like you to make a perception check.
Okay. Wait, how? Oh, that's how character sheets work. It's been several hours since I've last played. All right, there we go.
Okay, you peek out. You look left, right, left again, as any good person does, checking. Nothing. See nobody.
All right, I'll just close the door and just. All right, cool. Keep.
Bianca's
talking
still
about
gonna
that.
try and keep our conversation to a low talk.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
I'm going to tell Cecily. I'm going to tell you something similar to what I told Cecily and Desmond, at least maybe a couple times, directly or indirectly. I'm not trying to get put back into a prison cell. You know, I have a business to represent, I have a father to take care of, and I have a very important mission that I really need to tend to and get back safely to Waterswake. I can't keep being involved in scandalous, illegal things.
You don't have to be involved. I was just saying if we want to sign this, if it works out, because the thing is, I don't want to do anything if it's going to leave these people just into another bad person's hands. I want to know who would take over and if they'd have a better life. I don't know, though, because it could be Rose or it could be somebody else I've never met before.
Does Poe know anything about Rose?
Make a history check.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Sorry.
I mean, yeah, most of what you were focused on was the politics and everything surrounding Water's Wake and the investor there. Not really anything revolving around Summer's Rest. You more so focused on. Let me see here. William. William was the one who you knew more about because he actually came to your store quite a bit to check on your dad and you, but never so much Rose.
I can't remember. Is William a cool guy?
Yeah, William was very embracing towards the community as a whole and not just the business aspect.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, Rose is the investor, so wouldn't you want her to be in charge?
Well, Brennan's the investor here.
Oh, never mind. I didn't think about that.
Well, it's the Fisher estate that is the investor of Summer's Rest. So any siblings, family members, then can
Got
be in
it.
charge of controlling.
Oh, so it'd be a different family member, probably.
Yeah, like a cousin, a brother, another goddamn Lannister. Something.
So
I
I'm
would
guessing-
also want to figure out what the symbol. Evan could take over.
Eventually.
That's the loophole.
He's my third cousin, twice removed on my mother's side.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm technically, you know, I'm not a fisher, but you know, the person controlling me is. Yeah.
The other thing I would want to do is make it, because they are so in love with Brennan here. I'd want to find like a symbol of their Saint Vistra and see if it can look like this was a Saint Vistra blessing. So the people think that it was a good thing he's gone.
Spiritual manipulation. I like it.
Don't mind that plan. I'd prefer it, as you can guess, not end with killing Brennan, but I don't mind that.
It's kind of, I mean, I'm not that wise, but I don't exactly feel right lying to a bunch of helpless people when they've already been lied to so much into their helplessness. I think, Shima, I don't know if you would agree with this, but I'm kind of inspired by you when I say this, but wouldn't it be more effective and right to just tell them the truth about Brennan and the reality of what's going on here? Wouldn't that be enough to perhaps get them to not like Brennan?
Well, I think behind closed doors, they already don't. I think what we've seen is only a superficial truth.
Yeah.
I wonder.
If they don't like, you know, if we expose it and they start not liking them in public, then, well, their lives are probably just going to get worse.
Well, heart and hearth are the best way to truly know someone. Could we maybe sneak out? See what the hearts and hearths are saying around here?
We could probably go see Byron. He could lead us around.
We could maybe sneak out. Maybe a couple of us stay here to be like, oh, we're still talking.
Well, he didn't necessarily say we had to stay here. We just couldn't go to the other part of the city, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just couldn't leave.
Is there a bar in town?
No.
Probably not.
Damn.
Yeah, no. Byron mentioned that because
Hey,
somebody
well-
said, "What do you guys do for fun?"
Well,
I just, bars are good places to pick up information.
I
Will
feel more
somebody
comfortable. Sorry?
I was gonna ask if somebody could check in the contract to see if it says we're being mercenaries for Brennan or for Fisher Estates.
Pretty sure it's Fisher Estate.
Yeah, in the
Is there-
contract, it is the. Here, let me go to it real quick. I It's a very long, as with all of it, it's very long and loquacious title. Yeah. Oh, wrong document. Because it's like a whole thing. This agreement is made between the entirety of the Fisher estate, assets, properties, and businesses, or Brennan, in short, based in the territory of the Evergreen Expanse in the city of Summer's Rest and the affiliate location surrounding. Then Cecily.
We could ask if they just changed it to Brennan, but also I wouldn't mind it being under someone else's like contract technically. I don't know. It was just an idea, and it definitely I don't think is something we can do in a short period of time.
Well,
You should.
go ahead.
You guys know that I forget which Santa Claus movie it was, but the claws where they keep zooming in and it's the really
the escape
text.
clause. Yeah.
I thought that was Poe saying that at first, and so I was really like whiplashed when you said
Yeah.
the Santa
Yeah,
Claus.
I heard this story about this guy. He's like Santa Claus, but he didn't know it. Santa Claus is also a really cool guy.
We played that one shot in your world. Is Santa real in your world?
Kinda.
You just
yeah.
say no.
Kinda, yeah.
Okay,
He is Papa Noel. That's how everybody has to say it.
Do you know
Papa
I
Noel.
So this is just France.
we ain't blue and have a mustache.
Well,
This is just-
most people don't know it, but Papa Noel actually was a patron saint in Tarkir. And then eventually he
Oh,
ascended
okay.
to become a fey patron of Winter's Crest, and now it is Papa Noel.
Did you know that in France, Santa does not say ho ho ho. He says tra la la, bully bully boola.
I don't like that.
Tra-la-la, tra-la-la. Bula, what? All right.
Bully bully boola.
Yeah, well, they also eat frog legs in France, and I don't see any reason to be doing that. Now, do you?
They're pretty good.
Yeah, actually, they do taste like
Yep.
chicken.
Yeah, they're good. They're good.
I will make
So does rabbit.
Yeah, I'll tease the French, but not about their cooking. It's pretty good.
So contract.
Yeah. Let's get back to the matter at hand.
Hey, look,
I
whatever we end up doing,
believe
can we just
This plan on the table about Brennan.
It's
I don't
also
think it's going to work in this situation, but I say I like it and we leave it on the table.
No, it's also possible we could. You two gave me an idea when you were playing with that grappling hook. Well, you were
See,
acting.
It was productive.
Well, perhaps. You reminded me of the way that siblings play and operate and fight. I'm wondering if maybe we can. So we are under the Fisher estate, yes. I was wondering if maybe we could get. And well, Brennan did say Rose had something for us. I'm wondering if. And Bianca, you're not going to like it, but we could maybe get on her good side.
I like Rose.
Well, it's just after the
She's not going to like that I'm there, but I don't mind.
an opportunity to.
She might not want
Break things
us
out.
if I'm a part of this contract.
It could be a great moment of reconciliation and forgiveness.
It could be. I might have to do a lot of ass kissing.
And I'm very hopeful that there will be understanding. But I think, and I have not been in this town for as long as you, but as all of you, but well, I figure she seems more amiable and agreeable to me than, well, our patron. And if we can invoke some of that rivalry between siblings that's ever so natural, maybe we could get transferred to her instead.
I mean, I don't mind that idea. The only thing is I feel bad for all these people we're leaving behind.
I do too.
Well,
But
Well,
I don't think
We
there's not a
can't-
way to do both.
right. I don't think we can help them if we can't help ourselves first. And from what I'm reading from this contract, all the work we do is going to have a long paper trail, and maybe there's a way that we can use this process to help turn Rose against Brennan, especially if the work that he's having us do is not necessarily liked by Rose, I guess.
Well, whatever we do, can we just fuck this place up sometime? Like, if we get the chance, can we just break a bunch of shit and eat a bunch of food? That's all I'm asking.
But, well, as long as it's not from anyone who doesn't deserve it, I suppose.
They're rich. They deserve it. Break their shit.
In this case, you're correct.
At about that point, you hear a very light knock at the door. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering if I could bend your ear for a moment.
Bianca will go and open the door.
Hello. You see the halfling bookkeeper and financier Hez, and he sort of bumbles in and says, yeah, "Oh yes, this is a nice guest room. Listen," and he kind of shuts the door, and before he does, he kind of peeks his head outside and looks and shuts it. And so listen, I couldn't say it in front of him because, well, he tends to get a little, as I said, confrontational when he doesn't get the things that he wants. But I'd like to extend a word of advice to all of you outside of his earshot. So, I think undoubtedly you're going to have to sign this contract, and the terms at which you sign it is primarily up to you. Sadly, Brennan, although he plays it sometime, he's not stupid. He's a very, very smart man, and he's the one who primarily wrote this contract up. And he has me frame it that I did it, so he wants you all to try and trick him. Oh dear. So what I'm telling you right now is not in the contract, but there is a way out of it. At least as far as I can tell, it just requires some work, and it's not in the contract. It's just a legal clause that exists outside in the laws of Bella Clara. It's antiquated, of course, but it is there. Any mercenary group under the contract of any estate, provided that they are able to do something of great renown, well, then they can be they can be outbid. If the Fisher estate is not paying you enough, and other of the main houses of Bella Clara, or main mercantile families of Bella Clara, wish to purchase your services, they can be outbid by Brennan. However, they need to be able to give a reason. So if you were able to get in the favor of another one of the families in Bella Clara, and they decided they want to invest in you after you've done something of renown, the contract can be broken outside of the limitations that have been set in the contract. But that requires a great deed to be done, and I'm sure that Brennan will try and make sure you're doing itty-bitty tasks for him, and that you'll always stay under his heel. So maybe you do the itty-bitty ones for a while, gain his trust, and then you try and sort of break away, or on your way to do a little one, try and do a big one, and impress another family, and then they can purchase you. Or, if you gain enough renown, there have been cases where certain groups of mercenaries have been able to break from contract by family entirely, and they've been able to become independent contractors, to be contracted by any family that they see fit, which is the highest bidder, without being contractually obligated to serve under them. It was very rare. I believe it only happened twice in the history of Bella Clara. But it is possible.
And
Which is why, Ashima, obviously I wanted to go with what you said, because it was an easy out, but, well, if I did that, he would know that your people, well, they're quite the, rightfully so, the moral stick in the mud, which he is not exactly amicable with. So I wanted to tell you that now, so you know there is a way out for you. just as I said, I've been with Brennan and Rose, and the youngest of the Fisher family for quite some time, and they are. Well, Brennan being the oldest, he tends to get a little testy sometimes, thinking he's entitled to the most, which is not always true, by the way. He's not entitled to really anything. But yet, I don't know. I told Brennan I was coming in here to kind of oil the gears, try and get you thinking a little faster. But please, take all the time you need. Well, don't take all the time you need, yes, just if he asks, make sure you tell him that I was quite convincing.
Thank you.
Of course. So, anyway, as I was saying, I think it's best if you sign the contract as is, because, frankly, this is a very good deal for all of you involved. Think about it some more, but really, if you read it over one more time, you should be able to understand how advantageous this is for you and your companions. Well, I bid you farewell and good dreams. Yes, farewell. And he kind of unassuredly kind of walks out and opens the door and exits the room as all of you stand there with now a different, possibly, outlook.
I got a plan. Goodness, I suppose that like a bit more.
Shimi, was that you?
It was. Anyways, I have another plan, but this time Cecily won't like it. I think I know something of great renown that we could do. We never stopped that cult.
Does anyone else know about that cult?
Well, surely.
Surely.
Well, the guards who pulled them in, don't they? Or
Oh,
did you not?
that's
tell
true.
them? And undoubtedly, they've been operating in the city for some time, or else they wouldn't have been picked up by the guards.
It also seemed to me like the dragon cult people knew of the other cult people. Wait, did you guys know about the dragon cult? Did we tell you that?
I forgot about the dragon. Why is there so many fucking cults out here? I mean,
Hey, at least they're not
two's a
trying
lot,
to kill you
right?
for things outside your control.
2 seems like a lot. Man. Well,
I mean, when you see them in one day, yes.
Why are they all in this area?
Well, the ones were trying to kill me, specifically.
What?
And then the other ones with Daku showed up.
Well, we at
But we
least...
know
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Shima.
you go ahead.
I mean, whatever we need to learn about the cult, there is a giant group of cultists that we just saved. I'm sure if we found them, they would tell us everything we need to know, especially in order to stop it.
That is an excellent point.
Well,
Besides, they're the one we know more about than anything else.
I'm not saying they're good people, but I think it says something that some of those miners became cultists just to get out of this fucking place. I mean, that seems like what happened down
Yeah.
there, right?
Well, sure. One man was turned into a giant spider thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't a fan of that.
Intention, no. You weren't standing next to it.
Look, we're going there for information, right? Or are we going there to get rid of them? It's a pretty important distinction.
Are we even going to be able to go there if that's not where our job is with Rose or Brennan or whoever gives us our next job?
Well, the contract talks about deadlines. I mean, our assignments are due at the first of the month. I mean, they trust us with quite a bit of time to get work done. I can always detour.
Yeah,
I'm sure
but didn't we
there's no-
just blow up the one big entrance that we knew how to get there?
I mean, you see, there's got to be more tunnels.
Yeah, but then we have to do all that work and then some other work.
Well, let's see what the contract says about this. Never mind.
I was thinking if we do something. What?
That was just funny.
He goes, let's see what the contract says about this. Never mind.
Yeah, it was like a perfect rule of threes too, because I'm pretty sure that's the third time you've gone to read it, and you're like, nah, not this. We're done.
It's funny because it was very serious, and it was the third time I actually went to go read it again. And I went to it,
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not doing that again.
Nah.
Yep.
That's fine.
Well, I think all contracts are designed to get you to stop reading them and just sign. So, I think it's working.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's working.
Yeah.
Don't let them win.
Another option, along with the whole renown thing, is if there's a small problem, there's got to be a bigger problem behind it. That there's not normally just random small problems for no reason. And those we know for sure probably have other renown. So as long as we just keep an eye out and listen and get people on our side, maybe these smaller jobs will just show us big renown jobs. And if we do a couple, that adds up.
Very insightful. I like it. Oh, what's this?
Oh, /EM, then space and type what you want.
Yeah. Okay, when mercenaries become aware that mercenaries are unable to complete the services on the deadline, mercenaries will immediately notify Brennan. Together, Brennan and mercenaries can agree to set a new deadline or redefine the services to be performed for an existing deadline.
So it seems we definitely dictate a lot of, when services are due and what entirely the services entail.
So we
That is-
buy ourselves a little time.
As long
Right.
as we don't piss Brennan off because he has a temper, so if he doesn't get what he wants, he might just get angry.
Yeah, that's the
Yes,
fucking
ma'am.
problem.
The
I mean,
man
we'll
really
we
have-
do whatever
left
we
the
want
patient.
with his approval.
We will have to be creative and reasonable about it, but we have good liars in this group.
Not
So-
me.
I think I with the lisp has a point that we might have to just buckle down and do some busy work for a little bit before we can do anything to try to get out of this. As much as I don't want to.
Well, can't fix poor people in one night, so.
No, I don't have a proverb for that. That's just true.
Best thing we can do is steal bread from this place and bring it to Byron. Or somebody. I don't fucking know.
Well, I suppose for now we should just get some rest and, play the dutiful mercenary for a bit and walk on this path for a while. Jagged as the stones may be.
Guess I'll go take a shower for him.
I agree. We
Yes,
should
I will.
just sign it as is.
Oh. I have a really probably stupid question. Showers are like baths, right? I've
Yeah.
never had one in my life.
Oh,
Okay, cool.
you can have one tonight.
You just
You should go first so you get all the hot water.
Yes.
how's that?
Go try
Like
it.
there's. I'm not gonna ask questions. All right.
Bianca
This-
insightfully will know that she's
Explore.
going to have to show Cecily how to turn on the shower. So he's
Yeah.
going to help her
Probably.
do that whenever that time comes.
Okay. So
That's good.
as all of you decide that this contract is, it seems like your only way out for now, but with the hopes on the horizon that you'll be able to do something later on, you shower, you bathe, you clean yourselves up. There are tailors that come by later in the night to pick up your clothes. They hand you silk pajamas to sleep in for the night, and they tell you that your clothes will be returned to you in the morning, fixed and repaired. So with that, as you all head to sleep, ready to wake up the next morning to inform Brennan of your signing of the contract, we're going to take a break right there, and we'll be gone for like 5-ish minutes. Just get a drink of water, get whatever you need,
Gotta pee.
and then yeah, we'll be back then. Okay. BRB.
I'm gonna stand and get a beverage.
You guys know what time it is. It's time to talk about sports. Boy talk.
Pacers lost today. Ugh.
Wait, what'd you say?
Upsetting. The Pacers lost today in the playoffs. Second game in a row. It is.
I was trying to talk to some of my students, like see what kind of, because a lot of them are big basketball fans. At least the ones in my homeroom, and they're all Lakers fans.
Ugh.
And I was like,
Posers.
all right. Well, yeah, I was like, listen, I'm not big on basketball, you know that, but like, I can get behind the Pacers. Their home team. Home team trumps sport.
The only reason to be a Lakers fan in Indiana is because you think it's cool.
Yeah, correct.
And it's not. Because, like, I could get somebody being, like,
Yeah.
a fan of, like,
Yours.
of Detroit, or a fan of Chicago, or a fan of Cleveland in Indiana. But LA?
Yeah, no, and some people, they'll. I think with sports that have no representation in Indiana, it's fine. Like, okay, baseball. Indiana's a horrible state for baseball. You got the Cubs. Nobody's a White Sox fan.
Yeah.
Why you'd be a Cubs fan over that is beyond me.
Yeah, in Richmond and pretty much this whole side of the state, it's the Reds.
Yeah, well, that makes sense because it's right there.
Yeah, and then a lot of people in the South are, like, Cardinals fans. I know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Which,
Okay. I was starting this as a joke, but we should do the mindful minute too. As soon as I finish this thought. But yeah, you're right. Like 100%. Or and so yeah, people are like, we get a lot of Cardinals fans, we get a lot of like Reds fans, a lot of Cubs fans. That's fine. But Indiana is known for basketball.
mm-hmm.
Did they not see the movie Hoosiers, in which Cameron's mom is in?
My mom is in Hoosiers. I think my grandmother's in it too.
It's a
Or
fun
maybe
fact.
my grandfather.
That's a fun fact for the chat. My mom is not, because she's from Pittsburgh,
Well, there you go.
and they don't have a. I don't know. We don't really have a unified team. Maybe the Steelers, but anyways, yeah. All right, yeah. Let's talk about some. Got my incense.
Nice.
That's the ashram one. I don't know. It's supposed to sound like a monastery in India. That's all it said on the package. I would like to talk today not about feelings of our mind, but the senses. So, let me pull up the YouTube chat real quick so I can talk to you guys. I want to talk about senses that we experienced today, that were good or bad. Just anything you want to share. Something you sensed today.
What do I sense?
Think scent, hearing, taste, something. Oh, he's saying it's from Germany. Oh man, that's tough to root for a team. And they got so many teams. got
If you need a team to cheer for, there's the Pacers. We love the Pacers.
I
yeah. What was something you sensed?
like physically or intuitively.
Yes. More focusing on practical things. So like the five senses.
Mm-hmm.
But you can do
Okay.
that too. That works. Everything's allowed.
I'll blur the
I gotta
line a
go.
little bit.
Will
Is
is calling me, so.
You're good.
Around in the middle of my shift today at the business I work at that I will not name so that this isn't somehow used as indictment against me years from now in some bullshit case or something. I don't know. That's how being an employee works. But I was about halfway through my shift and I noticed like a lump in my throat. Like, you know the feeling when you're about to cry?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I just noticed that sensation physically, even though I wasn't really emotional, you know?
What?
So I was wondering, like, oh, hi, Fel. I'm fine.
Okay,
I
all I heard, the literal first thing I heard was the feeling like you're about to cry.
well, okay. So I was wondering, because I got this sensation. And I was like, so, what's going on? You know? Like, I had the physical sensation, but I didn't have the emotion. So I was wondering if there's something I'm holding in that I need to, like, think about and figure out and let out. And at the time, I'm not exact. I don't think there's anything in particular as far as I know.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know.
guess who's
Yeah.
back again.
So that's a Joe. We're talking about things we sensed. We're talking about things we noticed with our senses.
Yeah, at least was saying rushing water. Some photography by the river,
Oh, that's good.
which I love. It's posting in the chat that rushing water is one of my favorite sounds. I used to listen to it to get to sleep when I couldn't.
Aw.
Yeah, I think my favorite, like, general category of nature sound is like branches swaying in the wind.
Oh, that's good too.
I
I
think
love
that's my favorite.
birds chirping in the morning, like with the sun like on your bed and you hear birds out your window.
I'm a particular fan of the mourning dove. Ooh,
Mhm.
that is a good
That's
one.
pretty.
I love the peewee. It's very fun. It's great Hoosier bird.
I actually really like cardinals chirps too.
Yeah, it really is. Just
Not the chirp chirp, but like the actual bird.
I think
Ball State.
the cardinal is the perfect Indiana state bird because every time I see a cardinal, I am reminded that when you live in the Midwest, you must just look more closely for the beautiful things. It is not that they are not here. It is that they aren't grand. They are small, docile, and unintruding, and they wait for you to come to them. Like a small red bird amidst a green background of leaves and foliage.
That was really cool.
Hey, you sound like you're a poet or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, you should write
if
poetry,
anyone, if anyone wants to check out my poetry page on, I'll plug it later.
It's really
Yeah.
funny, Mark. That somebody joined the stream, and they watched for I think 30 seconds, and then they left.
That's good. I'm glad that I ruined your YouTube career, Joe.
Yeah, he's gonna tell everybody he knows. He's gonna be like, "Who's this guy? He's got his hair in a bun, he's talking poetry and shit." All right. Any last minute sharing?
Oh, is this mindful minute?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about. I noticed I was mindful today of the fact that my body was experiencing the sensations of, like, feeling like I was about to cry, but I emotionally was not there. So I'm
Right.
just wondering what that's about.
Today, I
Is
guess
Cameron's on the phone. We'll be back.
Yeah, so we got a minute.
Okay.
For my mindful minute, because I've never participated in this, and I almost texted this in the group chat, but I realized my sentence almost didn't make sense, and I didn't know how to restructure it to make more sense, so I just didn't. But like towards the end of my shift, I was like, oh, I wonder when we play D&D next. Because as I was bored, I thought so much about D&D. I felt like we already played. And I was like, oh, I wonder when we play next. And then I realized, oh, I haven't played yet today. I'm still at work. And today's Thursday. So
I just, honestly, my favorite thing, the thing that makes me feel the best is when I know that, like, outside of the game, my players are thinking about it. Or, like, seeing people talk about it in the Discord chat. And I try not to say anything when people are, like, theorizing. But it just gives me a state of elation and joy where I'm just like, oh, yes.
Aww.
Because it means it's like, oh, I did a good thing. And if nobody talks about it, that doesn't mean I did a bad thing. But if they do, it means I did a real good thing. Or they just really love D&D.
How you can tell Joe's a teacher.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
I mean, it's both, really.
Oh, no.
So.
Aw, dang it. I just keep getting ashes everywhere.
Did you know that in medieval times, they would use that instead of soap?
Yeah.
Did you know that when Viggo Mortensen kicks the helmet in the
I just want to
he
let
actually
you know
broke his toe?
that after I said that, I rolled a d20 and I rolled a natural 1, so it was a true moment of charisma on my part.
What was the roll? Persuasion?
Yeah.
Because if so, I guess I don't believe you.
Yeah, I don't buy it.
it didn't happen.
Hey, there he is.
Is bathing actually against the Platinum Dragon, or is that
No,
just a
That's
Desmond
just something
thing?
he said. Give me a
Okay.
sec. I gotta.
I mean, I'm not
Sorry. No,
I'm
again,
not
sorry.
really big on the silk pajamas. I don't really like
I
the
tried to tell you that before you got off, but
seems
then you
very
got off.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't think Cecily would like those either, honestly.
Love you.
Bianca's swooshing in them because they're swooshy. That's not what she would do, but that's what Felicity would do. So
There's a small moment of bleed through. There's a small moment where Cecily kind of looks at the contract for a little too long.
Yep.
It's a
Yeah,
bleed
it's
through
just slight Venn diagramming.
Yeah.
Time to time.
Venn diagram. What is that?
Dear God.
Is that Cameron?
Oh,
Stop.
do that again.
Cameron,
Please.
All right, to end the mindful minute, I think we should talk about things that annoy us. Let's all unanimously agree that.
Hmm.
Oh man. Yeah, I
Cameron's like, you know. So I like
Doesn't
Cameron.
annoy me at all.
Free at last. Free at last. Alrighty. Is everybody back and ready to go? This break was way longer than 5 minutes, but that's okay, because talking about our feelings is important.
It is.
Okay.
yeah,
I wish we could include our viewers.
I do.
Oh,
I try to. I need to be
Yeah,
I
better at
didn't
it.
know that. Okay,
Vote.
never mind. I wasn't there.
It's a little. It's the problem is it's desynchronized, so I can't. I wish I could respond to things. I have it pulled up on my phone, and
Yeah, it's delayed quite a bit.
Yeah,
yeah, I
that's
try and
just a
respond,
YouTube
but
problem.
yeah, it's a communication error.
Right.
Because you've ever watched like a famous person streaming on YouTube and they have like 3,000 people watching and commenting and sending tips and whatever.
Hmm.
They have no hope. Like
Yeah.
they're always 2 minutes behind. It just doesn't. It's a YouTube thing.
Yeah.
Their system just isn't. It doesn't have enough, computer points.
Evan, you know these the technology.
Yep. Streaming in general. I mean,
Nope, you don't need to say anything else, Evan. Yep, was good enough.
Listen, I know how to churn butter, so if you guys want that, I can do that for you.
All right, I said we were getting started, and that's what we're gonna do, gosh darn it. So,
Yes.
you all wake up.
That's your new voice, please.
You all wake up, and you get out of bed, and you're in the silk pajamas.
I changed my mind.
I was not happy.
Okay, so diving back in. It'd be nice if I had enough range of. Wait, I think I can. This is.
Just like I do this on stream. I just dive.
Oh.
Am I out of range?
Yes, you
Yeah, you're
are.
out of view.
You dove.
I'm glad other people started doing that because and now the problem is Joe's not going to say it anymore. Because when I started going, every time Joe said our intrepid adventures, I'd go intrepid, and he was like, "Oh no, I'm not gonna say that anymore." And then he started saying diving back in, I'd go dive.
Yeah, that
He
was.
Now we're
sometimes
gonna-
does
now
that
we're
with
gonna
groups
say it
that
anymore.
aren't
I'm
us,
sad.
by the way, so we can gasp while watching his other campaigns.
Yeah, and also you guys are not intrepid yet.
Nope.
Yeah.
You guys aren't a car made by Dodge. So once you get to that level of adventure, then I'll call you intrepid.
We are the Impala adventurers.
The cruise adventurers. All right, okay.
The Model P adventure.
Okay, I'm gonna turn on my lamp. I'm done with Joe.
Stop. Okay. So, okay, Connor. All right.
Uh-oh.
So,
I said I was gonna turn on my lamp and then I'll. I'm here.
Okay.
You can watch me. You can watch me turn it on.
alrighty. So, all of you wake up in the morning. But this time it's nicer because you're not woken up to the raucous knocking of Brennan. You instead wake up of your own volition. You roll out of bed, wake up, you snack on some buttered bread and meat that had been left out from the night before. Maybe some of you take a couple sips of wine, drink some tea, and, well, know what you need to do. So you get all of your stuff together, and are there any final conversations before you guys head out to Brennan?
I
Think
have
we're good.
nothing.
Okay. Cameron is typing in the chat. Do. Is it important? I have a feeling it's not from how he's smiling. Okay, never mind. It's important enough.
Wait, how many rations do we get from that? Because game kicks. Enough. Okay.
Yeah. You are full for the day, and you can eat for the rest of the day, and it's fine. Alrighty, so all of you. Oh, man. All right. So, all of you pack up your items, pack some food up, and head out into the main foyer and eventually back into Brennan's office. You can see that he's awake, sipping some tea as he always is. And he says, "So, what addendums would you like to make after thinking about the words that Hez, thank you. Whatever words Hez here wrote.
I thought it was Fez.
I thought it was Hez.
What's your name? Sir, it's Hez. Hez is my name. It's been in the family for 45 years, but yes, it's Hez. It's Hez.
You're sure it's not Fez?
Yes, I am.
Well, we decided that the contract is perfect, and we will sign it.
Well, there you go, Hez. Look at you go. I am...
You know the name Connor has been in my family for 22 years. I'm sorry. I'm canceled. I'm sorry.
We're gonna rewind. I've been a part of this family for 45 years.
That's different. Okay. Okay. God, Connor, you gotta stop putting jokes in the chat, man.
I can't. I physically can't.
Well, can you at least wait for scene transitions or
No.
something?
Because they're not funny. Okay,
So-
I'm done. I'm done.
Signage, then, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Excellent. So ink is there, and quill is there. And do you know where to sign?
Poe will step forward and
Do you want us to put it on the Google Doc?
No, we'll just count the names that are already there. I just took the liberty to assume that that is how the names would actually be signed, with Desmond making sure he goes last so his name can be biggest.
Yeah,
I noticed that.
sure. Cecily's looks funny. I like it.
Yep.
I like that. Those are good.
Mm-hmm.
This is correct.
Alrighty. So all of you sign, and there is a Hez walks over and he just sort of whispers a few incantations. All right, now the document, the copy that you receive and the ones that we keep in the Fisher estate files, they cannot be altered either. So you know there's no funny business one way or the other. But that means you're locked in. Hez kind of sporadically looks around, and Brennan says, yes, well, that's a terrible way to look at it. You're all gainfully employed now, and in the contract it says that there are no benefits available to you yet, but who knows, maybe after a year or two of service, we'll be able to take you on as official contractors, official employees instead of contractors, and they'll be able to get the benefits that all employees of the Fisher estate receive.
I want to say that as Desmond being the last one, but for a different reason, you think, because I don't know how to read, I also don't know how to write. So I'm going to study what signatures look like, because I've never signed anything before. And I'm just going to guess what letters look like and just kind of scribble some stuff on the page. And it may not actually say Desmond O'Malley, but it's what my signature is. But I cover it with my hand. I don't want anybody else to see what I'm writing.
Yeah, and by the time you're finished, Hez moves over and he does the arcane binding pact. And it's sealed, and then it's rolled up, and a copy is handed to, we'll just hand it out who takes the copy of the contract.
Probably Bianca or Poe.
So, Bianca, he'll just hand it to you as you kind of have a little bit more of a rapport with him. And the other one gets tucked into his pocket.
So you said I could get a regular revolver?
Yes, and I was able to procure it for you, so here you are. It does pretty much the same thing, just, it does not look nearly as good.
All right. How about more bullets?
Oh, yes, of course, here. Let me see here, and he opens up a few drawers. Yes. 12 more rounds for you. There you are.
Thanks.
So you have 18 rounds for this.
Hello. Okay, I'm gonna take out my little +1. I don't even know where I put it. Oh, it's not in there. I don't think I used it. Okay.
Well,
Whoopsies.
Oopsie.
I didn't even know if it was a +1 to damage or attack, so.
It's a plus.
It says +5. Oh wait, yeah, I don't know. Okay, never mind. +5 is correct. Ignore me. Okay.
No, you're good. You're good. Alrighty, so. Alright, well, contract is signed. You now have your freedom. No longer imprisoned, no longer stuck in the Undercity, which means you can head back up to the surface. And you know what? Typically, we might, Rose or I, being kind of the ones in charge, we typically pick out the first few jobs, but you know what? You did this job for me here, so the first job, well, the first 2 jobs, why not, are on you. Do what you wish, and I believe Rose has something for you whenever you're ready to go speak with her. keep the contract with you with that journal. That will aid you in getting into the manor and the estate and speaking with her. But right outside of accounts pending, there is a notice board. And heading there, you might be able to find something useful for your first couple of jobs. So any final departing words before we go our separate ways for the time being?
No, I suppose it's best to make use of the day.
Oh, there we go. Initiative. I love that. So,
If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to take one last walk around down here, before we leave.
one last walk around the estate.
Around the city.
Around the-
No, around the city.
Make a persuasion check.
You're doing all the talking now on.
Well, they do have a very busy schedule to keep to, so I suppose it's fine as long as you don't try and distract them from their work. They're very passionate about it down here.
Oh, of course not.
Yes. Well,
Would
fine.
need it.
Please keep it to a short amount of time. The elevator ride up is 30-ish minutes, so you want to make sure that you're back in a reasonable time so you can get to the notice board before all the notices are taken.
Okay, so if anybody follows me, they can. I just was taking Cecily's, not advice, but what she said, and I'm going to take all the food I stuffed in my pockets and go try to deliver it to Byron and his wife.
Yeah, I'm gonna join on that. I like Byron.
Okay, so the five of you make your way through the city and eventually down south towards the farm, and you can see that he is currently hacking away at some mushroom trees. He's getting them done much faster, except as soon as he sees all of you making your curve around the smaller crops, he sort of drops his axe and says, "Oh, you're back! You're back!" And he kind of like jogs over. That was fast. So you're already back down here. That's great. How long are you staying?
Well,
Not
we
terribly
didn't
long.
come over to stay. I just, I have something for you and your wife for being so kind to us when we first arrived, and I'm gonna hand them all the bread and the meats and whatever that I got.
Oh, thank you.
It's not much, but hopefully it'll last you a day or two, maybe.
No, it should. Yeah. Thank you.
I'll give him a pat on the shoulder. And then, anybody else have anything that they need to take care of out here?
Not
No,
me.
I think what you did was it's good.
I promise next time all of you are down here, I'll make sure the house is clean enough for you to stay if you'd like.
It's very kind of you.
Thank you.
And next time you don't have to help me cut down any trees. You'll stay as guests. No work necessary. Thank you. Truly. He looks down at his shoulder one more time. And looks back up to you, Desmond, and he kind of smiles and looks to the rest of you.
I'm gonna smile as much as a lizardy person can.
And he turns around and sort of slowly walks back to his house. And you can hear some muffled yells coming from inside, and then these screeches of excitement. As that one shrill, angry yell, you can tell it is something much, much, much different now, due to your actions. So Byron and his wife fed for the time being with good food. Anything else the five of you wanted to do before you head up above the city?
Yeah, as we're walking away, I'm gonna kind of be flexing next to Desmond, say, looking at Hinton, looking at myself. Oh, Desmond, It was pretty nice what you did there. You know, I mean, not much compared to what like monks do, but pretty good.
And what exactly do monks do?
Oh well, I mean, we generally make it our whole position in life to serve all sentient beings. You know, we're usually going out of our way to help people like this. Oh, I lost track. I don't even count anymore.
I'm gonna do that thing where I put my fists behind my biceps and try to like flare them out so they look bigger. You don't say.
Yeah, well, whatever. But yeah, it was good what you did. It was good what you did.
It's fine.
Something to think about. Let's keep walking. I'm not above manipulation.
That was very sneaky.
That was good. That was some. Wow.
Alrighty.
Use a key point on that.
There is actually a it's one of the sutras in Buddhism. I don't remember which one, but it's basically like the way it goes is that there's two children trapped in a house and it's on fire, and the father yells, "The house is on fire! Get out!" And they say, "No, we don't see the fire." And so he says, "I have toys out here for you," and they all run out and they're saved from fire.
All right.
It doesn't translate well in Sanskrit.
So with that, all of you make your way back to the estates to head back up to the exterior of Summer's Rest. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oakley dokley. All right, you head back in, greeted once again by Brennan. Well, I assume that's it then? Nothing else?
Seems like it. Yep.
All righty. Well, I will miss all of you dearly for the time being, but do not forget whose name you're representing when you are out there. Make the Fisher name proud, and the Fisher name will make you very, very, very wealthy. All right?
Are we in the room where the +1 pistol is sitting?
No. That's in his office. You guys are in the foyer right now.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we're good to go.
All righty. So, get the elevator and you will be on your way. Oh, I'm so excited for all of you. Oh my, oh my, oh my. All right, follow me. We'll take you to the elevator out of the Undercity. And he leads you back down a hallway, walking for about 5 minutes till you know you're out of the manor and more so into a what looks to be almost like a mine shaft. Until eventually you get to a set of cage double doors that he pulls open, and there's a small platform in there that seems to be encased in sort of metal lattice. And he says, "As soon as you step in and I shut the gate, I will pull this rope here, and they will know to hoist you up, and you will be in accounts pending in the exterior of Summer's Rest." So,
So good to see the sun again.
yes, it will be. And as I've said before, do not forget who you're working for. Alrighty, well, it has been a pleasure getting to know you, and I promise you I will check in as often as I can. Alright, goodbye, Tootaloo, and he shuts the gate, and he pulls the string, and you can feel the elevator begin to lift up. And every once in a while there's a drop, as it is not a comfortable ride up. And you begin riding up. And he says, "Oh yes, please, oh, and do not forget, as I've said, you represent the Fisher family and its associates," until eventually his voice begins to fade away, and all you are surrounded by is that tunk, tunk, tunk of metal grinding, clicking, as you begin to lift up, 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 for about a half an hour ride up. So, is there anything you guys want to talk about in the elevator, or are you just wallowing in silence?
Yeah,
Beyond-
Cecily is, once it gets going for a bit, she's going to ask, a little alarmed, Is this thing normal for rich people too, or is this new for everybody?
I stopped questioning things
I'm
while
not
abroad.
rich, and I don't like this. This is not familiar.
Okay, cool.
We have, well, they're not mechanized like this, but we have elevated platforms that go up to the monastery towers, but they're usually pulled by people or by draft animal. This is awful. This is awful.
Well, glad we see eye to eye once in a while, Ashima. Okay, well, here's to hoping the sun turns me, my color again.
Would you like us to look for a solution?
I mean, I don't know. This might be important for something. I don't really know what's happening at all. So
What's important to you is best.
So what's important to me?
I don't know. Do you want to be blue?
Well, no.
Well, then that's that.
But what if I need to be blue for something? I don't know. Look, I'm just
you need
fucking...
to be blue for?
Have you ever turned blue? Do you know if you're supposed to stay blue when you turn blue? I don't know.
I was born kind of.
Felicity, stop putting jokes in the chat.
The fact that you spelled it, honestly, is the most impressive part.
That's really good.
Abadi-dabu-da, that's young. Honestly, Abadi-dabu-da could be a name in Morrowind.
I think it probably is.
It might be.
Are we Morrowinding right now with this music? Yes, we are. Turn that up.
God.
Wait, so if Poe was born blue, maybe you're becoming a water genasi.
Kind of green, actually.
I
I know
it's
your
fair.
primary colors, Bianca.
I fucking hope I'm not just becoming something else.
I don't think so. It seems to only have affected your complexion, nothing else.
Kind of.
You should be all.
Right. Well, alright, cool. Let's talk about something else. I don't want to talk about me anymore.
Well, I was gonna ask, what do you think of showers? What's the vibe?
I mean, I was at a waterfall once. I guess it was like a shitty waterfall that was too hot. I don't know. Pipes made weird noises.
I just made weird noises.
That's an interesting verdict. I've never heard that one before, but I like the insight.
I don't understand rich people at all. I really don't. I don't know why you wouldn't want to just get a small house and live next to a lake or a mountain or something. I don't know why you would go to an absolute fucking shithole like this and build a big house and show off to all these poor fucks down here.
You're wise beyond your years, Cecily.
Maybe
Well.
it's just because half dragon, but I do like having things, and a place to put my things wouldn't be too bad.
Just make sure you don't steal those things.
No promises.
So, with that,
I'm gonna reach into my bag and pull out the fork and knife and show them to Poe. Look what I took.
Oh my
Put them
god.
back.
Silver.
took my.
My.
So, as Cameron, or as Desmond
As Jean Valjean.
begins his musical number, he's stopped by the gates opening, and you are surrounded by wooden desks, people sitting at those desks, writing, scribbling into books. They look up to see the people who are exiting, and they go back to their work, and you can see maybe 15, 20 different tables just looking, filing at papers, writing down things, shouting across. It's kind of like like the being on the floor of the stock market, where people are just kind of shouting back and forth, just yelling numbers and items and different family names, and just shouting back and forth at one another. And you all just kind of are. There is one way out, and you just kind of follow it as you are being attacked by a barrage of fish for 25, no, vol for 35, and just like back and forth, and you just want to plug your ears and you begin to move until eventually you see a door, and as you walk out, you are hit with sun, and you can see the sky, it's blue. And the sun is, oh fuck, that's bright. Oh god. Oh, you've been underground for too long and your eyes are really bad looking at the sun. But eventually, after a few moments, you collapse the market. It's over.
That's the solution. The economy has been rebalanced.
So, you step outside, readjust your eyes to the light, and you are back in Summer's Rest, and you can see that near the entrance there is, near the entrance of Accounts Pending, which I'll go ahead and move you guys to the map of Summer's Rest, since it's been a while since you've seen the map. So you guys are right.
Long.
Surrounded by the sunflower and yellow lily bushes. But also the hedges around the building that are sort of flanked by lavender. You can see that there is a notice board that is right next to the building, sort of onlooking the different buildings on the side of town that is meant for the actual natives, not the travelers and merchants. And you see on the notice board a collection of four. There are 4 different things posted there, and something that took me way too much time. You see the notice board in front of you.
Ooh.
I like this a lot. All right, let's zoom out.
You'll have to zoom in to read it, though.
Lost Turtle. I want to do that one.
Oh, this is so fun. Oh, we're actually playing Elder Scrolls. I can just. All right.
There's a reason I got the Elder Scrolls music.
No, we gotta
And we
do Lost
join
Arrow.
House
That has
Swallow.
Spook Hill.
Oh, we go into Spook Hill.
Ashima wants to do the bandits one, but Connor wants to do the turtle. Also, actually, Lost Arrow.
I want to
Okay,
do
Hill.
Lost Arrow, but I'll do any of them.
Wait a minute. If it's a lost turtle from
As
the
an
school
alchemist,
ballot, aren't
who's
they
my
fucking
rival
with us?
alchemist in town?
So,
I didn't know there was one.
Yeah, Bianca didn't know there was another one. She's, did someone take over my shop?
Well, no, maybe not.
No. You do know this person, where it never came up very much because, you know, I mean, it was fairly balanced because you would serve the people who were natives, and this person would serve some of the people who would come in and out. And honestly, business was balanced. There wasn't one favored over one of the other, and you two would swap clientele fairly often. And you would try hard not to step on each other's toes. He didn't seem like a greedy individual. But you do know that he was a man from Tarkir. His name was Matthew Gardot. And you're not ready for how his name is spelled. I mean, wait. Oh, wait. Oh. There we go. No, wait, that's not right. Ah, here we go.
Oh, wow. Nope. Neither. Wow. Okay.
Yep.
So I don't dislike him. That's good to know.
No, yeah, you have an amicable relationship where if you see each other on the street, you're like, oh, hey, how's it going? Like, oh, it's good, how are you? And it's like, oh, I'm great. And then you go away. And then you forget about them 5 seconds later.
Gotcha.
So, Cecily
Well.
is probably just going to be taking in this place rather than looking at the job board because she's never been here.
Yeah, Desmond, Poe, and Cecily, the three of you have never actually seen Summer's Rest. When you came, you were inside like a paddy wagon, like an enclosed cart, and thrown into jail immediately. So
Yep, it took a while.
yeah, you can see the collections of building. There's like a very large river that seems to be splitting the city in half. A collection of maple trees you can see across the town with a statue jutting up out of it, and just so many market stalls and like hastily put up together buildings off to the side, and there's a lot of stuff happening. As you can hear, there is a wild cacophony of noises coming from the east side of town, where it seems like most of those market stalls are.
Is there a fair going on today?
No, this is every day.
Mm.
Yeah, this side of town's really obnoxious. We can all stay at my place. I can set up some like semi-beds, and it's on a much quieter part of town, I promise.
No, this is kind of my speed. Probably a lot of good pockets out there.
Oh, and it's not far, so you can chill over here and stuff. But yeah, I don't know how long we'll be here doing random jobs, but my house is open to anybody.
I will take that offer.
So, only thing that's catching my eye is the fucking turtle.
Ah, yes. The School of the Shallot. You responded to Hubert. Please return if found. I am I read aloud.
So, what is a shallot? First off, let's just start.
It's like
It's
an
a-
onion.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't
a,
say.
the school is like a bard school, I believe. They're performers.
And they are proficient in tomfoolery.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking if we go after this turtle, it'll be embarrassing and humiliating for either us or somebody else.
Huh. Okay. Well,
But that might be fun.
I don't hate performers, though.
No, nor did it.
No, they're really talented normally, too.
Yeah. I had a guy try to teach me how to juggle once. I still
How
won't. I learned, though, eventually, and then I forgot.
Then you'll probably be able to learn again. Yeah, the turtle sounds interesting.
What's a turtle?
Well, it's drawn there. You can see it. It's a little illustration.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't really looking. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in my life.
You've never seen a turtle, and you were at Waterswake? For how long?
Couple months.
Well, have you seen a lion turtle?
A what?
Oh, right. It's like a frog with a shell. Except not at all.
no.
What? All right, I'm gonna start looking at the board. Y'all are being fucking nuts again.
The Last
about-
Arrow sounds really easy, too, guys. I mean, it's just in Spook Hill, probably. And I
What
know the
about-
guy.
What about the
No.
bandits, though? Those kids might be in
It does
trouble.
seem to be a bit more urgent. But it does say
Yeah.
they became bandits.
Yeah, they ran away to become bandits.
You can imagine I would like to take that one at some point.
We could take two
I,
and do two.
I can only
All right,
imagine.
I'm all right with that.
As long as I'm stuck with all of you, I just want to get it out here right now. That thing that says Imperial Military, I don't know what that is, but I don't want a part of it.
Nope. I stand firmly with you.
It's very important to, respect the military and all the things that they do for us. And it's pretty honorable. I had a neighbor whose son left to join the Imperial military, very respectable man. It was very tempting, but I figured you guys wouldn't want to get involved with that. But
Yeah, respect's never been my friend.
I don't think they'd really like some of my new practices, so
Don't listen to his lies, children. Peace and love. Ashima says something along those lines.
Okay.
Not that verbatim.
Bianca's leaning
well.
towards the Lost Arrow.
I would not mind going to Spook Hill.
Is Spook Hill gonna have more ghouls in it?
It's the cemetery.
Yes.
well, I hope those 2 kids are safe and sound by the time we go and look for them.
Well, wow, passive aggressive much.
I'm just sure there's parents somewhere who are desperate for talented ghoul slaying adventurers to go save their sons who went out into the wild, dangerous place. I mean, we were attacked by cultists and
You're
almost
really
kidnapped
making
by a
me-
murderer. I mean, they
You're
probably
making
avoided
me
that though.
want to go for the turtle. I want to go for the turtle now. Do you understand? That's what we've done.
I would like to see one of these turtles with my own eyes. So
Well, you guys told us we have to do something renowned, and I think saving 2 kids might be pretty renowned to quite a few people.
Yeah, he's got a point. Might as well get this over
Yeah.
with as soon as we can.
And it does seem to have the most exigency, so
I have a feeling those kids aren't going to want to come with us.
no.
Well, that's why we have
And how
never
do you
do.
kids feel about going against the will of other kids?
Well,
Because you
We have
guys are
Cecily.
pretty headstrong yourselves.
My abilities to sway youth opinion about crime, well, you've all experienced that, so
perhaps Desmond should not talk to these kids.
I don't know why you would say that. I'm great at kids.
it's
I just
Ban-
feel a little hypocritical going after these kids when we're who we are.
What
You
are
know
we?
what I mean?
Well,
Who we are?
what do you mean?
Well, we were all just in jail. I just
Okay,
thought about
okay.
killing a guy.
Wait, okay, hold up.
I'm just saying.
Breathe.
I just,
I'm at
the
peace.
prison thing. Yeah, that was our fault. I was definitely a part of that, and I was definitely a part of wanting to kill someone. So, Poe is
Bianca,
also the bad guy here.
I am calm. However, I would delicately remind you that I was only in prison because I tried to help you. Yes.
I was only in
Okay,
prison because
we
I got
will
attacked.
Unpack that later.
by
We
a
can
group of
unpack that
murdering-
later. Shima.
Nope. There's nothing to unpack. It is just as much
I
my
will
fault.
say it's the first time you're actually showing some emotion.
You're right.
You know, beyond some wise parable.
I
Right,
don't know.
I shouldn't.
He got pretty dad-like last night.
That's true. I guess I meant towards me.
Yeah, instead of parable, he was all terrible.
that
I could go to
was-
school with a shallot.
was actually pretty good.
Confirmed.
But-
Desmond takes level in Bard.
Okay, look. I get what everyone's saying, but you can still be a criminal and realizing that you can realize that being a bandit is a dumb idea.
That's
So,
true. And banditry involves killing and stealing usually. Whereas
so maybe I can try talking to him.
that's not a horrible idea.
I
The
think that
other-
would be great.
The only other thing, we might go and find out they're not bandits and this is just their parents trying to get them home for some reason. Because we're taking the words, this is one-sided story. I mean, we can go do it. I'm just saying, we might end up siding with the kids.
Well, then we return and meditate on it and come back and see a turtle.
Well, okay. If nothing else, it's got a nice price tag. Someone cares about those kids.
So should we take 2? The kids and, well, that sounded weird. Should we take the bandit one and the turtle one?
I thought you wanted to go to see the arrow.
I do, but should we be greedy and take all 3?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, there's 5 of us, so we could all grab one and then
Huh?
I don't know.
I
Should
don't
we
know about
split
splitting
up
up.
like that?
I don't think that's quite wise.
Oh, I don't mean split up. I mean all of us. Wait, do you have to claim these? Is this how this works? I've never been a mercenary.
Well, we take the job. Literally off the board. No one else is going to do it. Right?
Well, let's just take all 3.
At least that's how it worked in Mystery Dungeon Pokemon, so that's all I'm going off.
Which is a 1-to-1
Uh,
correlation to D&D fantasy
mercenary.
That's
world.
literally what
Mercenary
my
work.
mind first went to. I'm not even kidding.
I have not thought of that game in years, so thank you.
Pokemon mercenary work.
Pokemon
Pikachu is
Mercenary Dungeon.
working with private military corps and the Belgian Congo, former Belgian Congo.
Well, look, I get a feeling that we could use a nice little pile of money for whatever comes up, so...
Just got
We did.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know.
more is always better, but I wouldn't say we're in a bad spot money-wise right now.
I think Poe made a very good point with renowned, though. Renowned? Renown, not with the conjugation.
Yeah. Yeah.
well, okay, I mean, as long as we have enough, and... I just thought of something. I'm gonna have to stop pickpocketing and bribing and begging, right?
You won't need to.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that a problem?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see. I'm just not a... Whatever. We'll deal with it later.
All right. The bandits then.
Yeah.
Bandits.
And then maybe a turtle.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, turtle.
So, but you guys are taking the 3 contracts as opposed to just and not the 1 advertisement, right?
Yeah, no, we leave that up there.
Okay. All right. So you leave the advertisement for the Imperial military, and take the other 3 for yourselves. Our early bird gets the worm, as you got up here early. Those 2, the directions are fairly straightforward. There's nothing on the backs of them, but on the bandits one, there is a known last location on the back, which I will be able to show you here in just a minute. Hold up a minute.
Hold up a minute.
I just gotta get this bad boy here all set up for y'all. I forgot to put this map of Bella Clara on a Roll20 page where I could mark it up for you. Right. 2 more. Doop doop. All right. There we go. So now we can go ahead and move here. Dun, 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 Bella Clara. Brum, brum. Okay.
I like the theme song.
Thank you. Alrighty, so I need to change this to hex. And as of right now, the measurement tool is not to scale, but I'll change that soon. So it is. But you know that marked on the map, it does talk about where their last known location was, which I'm going to go ahead and mark this in a green color. You know that they were last known to be in this region right here. So if you were to do this one, you would have to kind of leave Summer's Rest and head that way.
Only 15 feet.
I wish.
So it'd probably be about a day and a half of travel.
On foot too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't have stuff.
Well,
Oh God, walking.
We could buy a horse and a carriage.
Sounds expensive.
Yeah, no,
Bianca
We do have
might
the
have
money.
some money hidden away in her shop too.
Do we
I
need
don't
to
know.
make a list of how much money we all have together, or are we just keeping our own stuff?
Did we even divvy up the 40 we got?
Maybe
So,
that should be the
again,
group fund,
Group fund is 40 gold.
and then we can keep our personals.
Yeah, I just put 50 in my inventory and left the 8. That would have been my share.
Yep.
Yeah.
Put all mine in. I'll, So it's like what, 90 now?
I'll give my 50.
To the group? You guys don't want this?
What would I spend it on?
No, tea.
Yeah.
I guess I can just
Very-
give it to you now that we're friends. Well,
Very
Closer friends.
large incense stick. But I'd probably choke on the smoke. Thank
you
you.
can go to the
That's a-
College of the Shallot too. Choke on the smoke. Yeah.
Oh, yes, this is good. But thank you, Bianca. I may take you up on that offer as well.
I figured I have stuff at my place. We can see what we have and go from
Let's
there.
go to Bianca's house. That sounds like fun.
Sounds like a plan to get there and reorganize.
Oh yeah, it's probably a mess. And there might be acid puke on the ground.
All the better.
So might have a little bit of cleaning to do, but that's okay.
Long few days, huh?
Maybe I could take a look at your sword when we get over there. I feel bad for your revolver being taken away.
It's okay. I
I was
mean,
gonna steal it for you, but we weren't there.
oh, thanks.
You're
It's all right.
welcome.
We might get it back.
It's actually the one thing I'd be happy for you to steal back.
Note taken.
Okay.
Only can steal guns.
10%. So all of you make your way through Summer's Rest. Let's move you to through Summer's Rest over to right there in the corner, underneath Rester's Roost. You find Bianca's shop, and Bianca, your shop is still there. Luckily, there are no boards or anything. It doesn't say repossessed or anything like that. No lights on the inside, and you still have your keys. All of those items were given back to you. You unlock it and open it up, and the wooden floor is definitely singed, and there are some holes in there leading to the under part of the house. Luckily, the acid seemed to not melt through the stone underneath the foundation. That's good, but there are some holes. There's a big hole strip that's missing from where the acid had landed, and it seems as though some of your vials have been knocked over and seem to combine, and there are these weird sludges and stains that are probably never going to come out of the wood floor. However, aside from that, it is home. And it is...
Yay! Hi home.
Aside from that, exactly how you left it. Or at least how you remember. It doesn't seem like anybody came in and pilfered anything. Seems as though, for the most part, it is all good.
My plants are all wilting, so I'm gonna tend to those first. You guys can look around. I really don't mind. You guys can snoop if you want. See what I have. I just want to make sure my plants don't die right now.
I'll help. I'll help with the plants.
I'll snoop.
Well, then while I'm helping, I'm just gonna. I apologize for losing my temper a bit back there, even as I tried to calm myself. It's not your fault at all.
It's all right. I feel really bad that you tried to help me. I mean, it would have been fine if you didn't help. I feel even worse because honestly, nothing would have changed if you didn't help me. It's just that you wouldn't have gone to jail and you wouldn't have ended up in that weird red waste and fought things with me. So
Some Tongwu monks achieve prescience in some limited forms. They can see multiple timelines branching out of things. It's all very complicated, and I don't understand it. And to be honest, I don't quite like dealing with them. And in this timeline, this reality, I helped and you lived. And that's all that matters.
Bianca's gonna start heating up water to make him some tea that she knows he likes.
You may have some prescience in you yourself.
That was good.
Sure.
Hey, Bianca,
Mm-hmm.
could I
The
Take-
sword.
sword? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. She'll pull it out. Yeah, here you go.
Poe, I'd like you to make a Smith's Tools check. Not with advantage since you're not near any running water.
A smith's tool check. 1 second.
Should be. I think they're right underneath your stats.
Yeah, I saw that. There it is.
Okay. So as you're kind of trying to, you sit down and you have it in your lap, and you're just trying to lightly chisel at it, trying to get some of the rust or file down some of the edges to make them sharper. You finally feel like you're making headway, so you go to make a harder tap, and as you do, there's almost like a reflection. It's like the blade is deflecting the energy that you're trying to send into it. As you tap, there is this bright burst of energy that kind of shoots back in your face, and you can hear this like cracking noise, and you look down at the blade afraid that you broke it, but that blade is fine. And you look at your hammer,
Oh,
and your hammer's still usable, but there's a crack in it. It still works fine if you try it on, say, your sword or something like that, but there is visible damage done to this apparently impervious object that was done by this broken longsword.
interesting. Well, I'm not trying that again.
Is your hammer okay?
I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. Truth be told, I don't know much about this hammer. It's my father's. I've only used it for so many years. There's obviously a long history behind it, but something with this sword, it didn't want to be repaired, I imagine, or my hammer didn't want to repair it or couldn't take it. Well, I'm sorry I couldn't do much to your sword.
You're fine. Well, maybe you can, instead of trying to like fiddle with it, if it's gonna hurt your other objects, maybe just study with your stuff away from it, you know, like don't use your hammer on it or something. I mean, you're welcome to try again, is basically what I was trying to say, or if you want to like wait and think about it, that's fine.
Well, I think I should probably read a little bit more my dad's journal, see if I can figure out more about this hammer, or maybe even small chance there could be something about weapons from that time or just ancient weapons in general and how that pairs with this hammer. And
Okay.
surely there's something that Inoa might know about hammers breaking like this.
Yeah.
So, Poe, you sit down to examine that and just begin your studying on it. And you can see now that you've gotten a little bit more ways into it, it seems like you really are struggling to try and discover anything else just in this short time, as You keep trying to crack ciphers, figure out handwriting, but it seems like every time you try and get somewhere, you just get lost in translation, lost in the words on the text, or the text on the page, and you're just a little out of it, considering what just happened with the hammer. But you continue to try and plug away and find something out, and it's headway. But it doesn't exactly lead to anything new in this current moment. Okay. So all of you are in Bianca's home and shop, and Bianca, it's easy enough for you to sort of, after you water your plants and
That's called pissing.
like that Jimmy Neutron episode, you know. All right.
Oh
So anyway, you water your
Remember that.
plants, and they seem happy to see you,
yeah. Oh,
and
plants.
yeah. So, easy enough. You can set up areas for them to sleep on some different pieces of furniture that you have. It might not be might not be exactly comfortable, but it's good enough for any time you do need to sleep. So,
Also, I wanted to check and see, because Bianca doesn't really remember what she left in the store. Does she have any money or food or other things that would be useful to take on our potential 2-day, 4-day total travel trip?
yeah, you have enough food for sure that you could take. Dried meat, bread that's not exactly stale yet. Definitely not moldy, as you've only been gone for, I believe it's been 3 days that you were going through that entire ordeal. But yeah, I mean, there's food. In terms of money, in the store you had about, at the end of that week's sales, before you had to pay any taxes to the crown, or any rent, or mortgage payments, any property taxes, not including the sales taxes. After all of that, you probably would have had about 150 gold left over that you could spend on, that would normally have gone to purchasing alchemical ingredients to making more potions, to then making more money, but yeah. So total, you have about 300 gold in the store, but 150 of that goes to different taxes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Well, I have some money, so if we want a cart or something, we could maybe go get a modest one, nothing fancy. And I have food, so that's covered. Do I have any weapons that I left behind?
No, I would say, aside from just a basic dagger, that you would have kept on you, in case of intruders or something like that, but nothing too serious.
Okay. Well, and I'll grab other, some of my stuff that I'm like, oh, this might be useful, or this might be useful, if alchemical ingredients or something. I don't know if those would be. And I'll put those in a bag.
Okay. Alrighty.
And everyone's welcome to pick their favorite makeshift bed.
Bianca, do you have any small vials of acid?
Probably. I'm going to check and see if I happen to have any small vials of acid.
Oh, yeah. You have currently 3 that you would typically administer to people if they end up, you would sell them to blacksmiths quite a bit in case they made a really, really big mistake on a piece of equipment and they needed to sever 2 pieces of metal. You would sell these really, really tiny vials of, very, very intense acid.
Okay, I'm going to take only one of those and show it to Desmond, not quite hand it to him yet. Yeah, what do you need it for?
Just in case.
In case of what?
It would be useful.
Okay. Sure.
Just picture this.
Okay.
We're battling, I don't know, an ogre or something. Or a giant. Yeah, a giant.
Why
There's
would
3
we?
of them.
Okay.
There's 3 giants. Cyclopses. There's 3 Cyclopses.
Okay,
And,
just pick an enemy.
Okay. Cyclopses. And we're fighting them, and everyone's like getting hit and stuff, and I'm like around the corner, and then I'm like, oh my god, Bianca gave me that acid, and I take that tiny vial of acid, and I put it in my slingshot, and I sling it up, and it slams into the eye of this Cyclops, and then he's got acid in his eye, and it'd be pretty sweet. Not for him, but
For us.
for discriminate. It'd be pretty sweet
Sure.
for us.
Okay. Yeah. Here you go. I was gonna hand it to him. Yeah, that's fine.
Is that the only one you have?
Well, do we need all of mine? I mean, I don't have a ton. I can make
Do you want
more.
me to pay you
I
for
made
them?
that. What? I can't. You're not very
You want me to
loud.
pay you? You want me to pay you for it?
No, you don't need to pay me for it.
His position makes this so much better. We're just like, you want me to pay you for it? Oh, I got money. I got money.
I'll give Desmond one more, and then so he's got 2.
All right.
Okay.
So, Desmond, you should denote in your inventory the 2 vials of acidic acid, but they are specifically quite dangerous against metal, where they can actually melt metal if exposed to it. So they deal 2d6 if applied directly to skin, but that if they are applied to someone wearing any type of armor made of metal, they will decrease that person's AC by 2 and deal the 2d6.
Nice.
But it's 1 use per vial. It's a really, really small amount. And just because I know you're going to ask, yes, this is something you could fling from your slingshot.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So, what kind of food does Bianca have?
There's some dried meats, some what seems like preserved vegetables, and bread that is kind of in that like French bread, range of almost stale but extra crunchy.
Oh God, like soup dipping bread.
Yeah, the one where you
Oh,
squeeze it
yeah,
and it goes,
Yeah.
but less wet.
Mm. Yeah. Okay.
Wait,
from
I heard less
Ratatouille.
wet.
No, that doesn't give me
Bread.
I'm just talking about your bread.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have moist bread.
No, I said
No, it's not damp.
no. It's
Oh.
not. It's not. That's why I said less wet, because I went, but there was like a little squish at the end, and I said the bread sounded like that except less wet.
Oh, gotcha.
Well,
Yeah.
All right. Cecily, in the middle of writing her journal entry about her past few days of life, is going to grab some bread, and then she'll just get back to journaling. She didn't ask because you guys know how she is, but she'll sit down and just start kind of aggressively tearing at this bread while still writing stuff. But other than that, she'll just keep doing her thing.
Okay. That a cool. So, anything else before you all head out?
Yeah, I got one last thing. I'm gonna go over to Poe and I'm gonna apologize. Poe, I'm very sorry for snapping at you and Desmond earlier. Desmond's a little preoccupied staring at that acid right now, so I think I'll go to him later. But I was curious. Maybe I can repay you in a little bit. I noticed you were having a little bit of trouble in that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of said it before. I know how to make blades, but I've never been properly trained on one. So
Well, I'm not a swordsman by any means, but here, and I'm gonna hand him my quarterstaff. Some of your size, you could probably swing that around like a one-handed blade. I'm gonna stand right in front of him and take like a defensive block. All right, go ahead and just show me your technique. Don't actually.
are you sure?
Yeah, just
You're okay if I hit you?
focus on technique, not strength.
Okay. Okay. So you're just gonna swing, just like he's been kind of doing his two-hand swing this entire time. So he's gonna just try it. He's gonna swing.
I'm gonna actively, get ready to block it, like a sparring block.
Alrighty, so Poe, go ahead and roll for an attack. Okay, so easy enough, Shima. Poe, you swing, and he deflects it with the staff.
Ah, see the problem right away. Your technique is, I'd have to watch it a few more times, but it's, at least with that hit, it was quite flawless.
Really? Even though you deflected it?
Yes. That's the problem. It's flawless. Let me show you something. And I'm going to go behind Poe. Like standing directly behind him. All right, now. I want you to strike me from here.
With you behind me?
Yes.
Okay. He's gonna like spin around and swing.
Okay. Roll for an attack. Your footing is a little off. You're a little confused about how to attack without using technique, and so you just throw everything out the window and wildly flail. And Shima, you just kind of step out of the way.
Now. See, that is the problem. You rely too much on technique. You train every part of your body and mind to expect anything. Your forward strike is flawless, as I said. Good connection, good swing, good strength. Even when you're holding back, it's obvious. But you're not expecting the unexpected. Let's say someone were to charge you from behind with a dagger.
Well, I hope I hear them.
Perhaps. You were fighting quite well near the end. What happened? You seemed to abandon technique and go into that mode of hyper-awareness.
Well, I don't really know. It was weird because, you were all ahead, and when I saw the other goals and I saw that you were bit, it was just, I'm going to be honest, I thought if not just the miners like us, really thought we were going to lose that. And
I did as well.
I guess just 1 minute I was super scared, extremely scared. And the next minute I was just super calm, and I don't know. Everything that happened afterwards, it's like something else took control, I guess.
Every way of fighting is like, and every way of living is like an element of the four. At least in Loshar, we believe there are four. Bianca will tell you there are many, many, many more. But in Loshar, we take four. Ones that you are quite familiar with. Earth, water, wind, fire. Your fighting style is very controlled. It's very earthy. You have a firm stance, and you swing. Now, in that moment when you lost control, it was you. It was true to you. It was water. It's fluid. I might, don't be afraid of losing control. It's a part of who you are, is fluidness.
I'm really not someone who likes not being in control.
Well, don't think of it as losing control, then. Think of it as, just as water shapes to the container it's in. You've been boxed into a situation, and you're simply adhering to it. That may help you, it may not, but...
No, it gave me a lot to think about.
Well, wonderful. And maybe it's, like as I said, maybe it's just some kooky old wisdom, but maybe it'll help you.
Yeah, maybe we should practice again sometime. Like I said, I have never had proper training, and you seem to be really good with your quarterstaff and know your way around a weapon. And
Oh, a weapon, not as much, but the body, yes. That I know.
maybe we should do Oh, Joe's face.
I am proficient in the Kama Sutra. I have had so much sex. I am, as Clickhole says, good at fucking.
Well, I realized that we.
Is that what you wanted to hear, Joe? Is that what you wanted?
I don't know, Connor. Whenever you make a dumbass joke, what do you want to hear?
My own life. You got me. Okay.
But really,
As I said, yes,
I would appreciate if we could do this again sometime.
certainly, anytime. Just alert me first. Don't just randomly stab me, preferably.
Yeah, of course. I won't do that, but it might get you with the grappling hook. But
I will also have to look behind me then. In the meantime, I'm going to try to. I don't know. Maybe I'll just let Desmond stew with that acid for a bit.
yeah, you should let him be busy and quiet for a little bit longer.
Cuts over to Desmond, opening up the vial of acid and like putting a stick in it to see what happens. Just like,
Like when we played in person, and Cameron would have like little like pieces of paper, things that he'd put into the candle,
yes.
and the ashes would fly.
Alrighty.
Yep.
So, everybody.
I wonder
prepping
what
in
will
their own
happen.
way
It burns.
For prepping in their own way for the adventure to come. Anything else before you all head out and depart Summer's Rest for the time being?
More bread without asking, but that's all I got.
I go outside and shove some pebbles into my bag so I have enough ammo.
Okay.
Nice.
You got it. With 2 vials of acid and a shitload of pebbles. That's how much you should indicate that on your inventory. I will be asking you to keep track. Okay. Thank you. All right.
Collect your pebbles at the end of a fight.
Bianca's just gonna make sure her plants that need sun have plenty of sun, and the plants that need more shade only have like some sun, and just position them
Yeah.
for a necessary.
Leaving some blinds open, some blinds closed. You situate them so they will be healthy. Your sunflower was looking a little dull, but as soon as you brought them over to the sunlight, they seemed to brighten up a little bit. And now that you're leaving, they seem good to go. The flowers, some of the flowers were close to dying, but you feel like you got here just in time to save them. Heck yeah! Alrighty, so
Heck yeah.
heading out to the outside.
Yep.
Nice. Alrighty, so all of you make your way out of Bianca's house. Bianca, you let them all out. You shut the door behind you and lock it. And you can now begin your journey through the Evergreen Expanse. So, were you all walking there, or were you going to end up purchasing a cot?
Bianca said that we are going to be getting a wagon.
Yeah.
And she's gonna
I'm
pay
gonna-
for it.
Yep. So
No,
I'm gonna
no,
go
I'll
to
treat
the guy that's like in the one of my friends, I guess, that I assume like in the Rester's Roost side that normally deals with. Oh wait, no, we can just go to the Calvary place, right? Or not Calvary, whatever that is.
Yeah,
Isn't
the
there like
stable
horses
that's
down
down here,
there?
right?
The stables. Let's just go there.
Mhm.
Let's talk to the guy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, easy enough. Considering that you are a native to Summer's Rest, all of the people who work in the stables are also natives to Summer's Rest. They're people who've been, born and bred here, and also the animals have been born and bred here. It's just a perfect place for people born and bred in Summer's Rest. I'm not going to say it again. All right, so and easy enough, you can purchase a cart with a horse. Now, are you buying a cart or a wagon?
the cheaper one.
Okay, a cart is 15 gold, and
Oh.
probably only one person could sit in it at a time because it's just a
Well,
cart.
then
pulled
never
by-
mind.
A wagon.
We're gonna do a wagon then.
A wagon is 100 gold.
That's fine. We can do 100 gold.
All right.
I'll chip in too.
You don't have to. It's all right.
I have like 110 gold, so
Well,
Oh, well, yeah. Feel free to chip in.
all right. So then he can buy the horse.
Yeah, I'm
'cause the
at
horse
50.
is 50 gold.
okay, I'll buy the
Okay.
horse.
I'll erase some of my gold.
Okay. So
I
the
have
horse that
50.
ends up being sold to you is a what seems to be a horse with like a black base coat with splotches of white all over it, and the entire like front half of the snout. Right? No. What is a
Male
horse
or
have?
female?
A muzzle.
Yeah. That entire front like half is white, and the it is a male.
Cool.
Yep. Got a Mustang.
I bought him, so I get to name him. His name is
Oreo.
Reginald.
Okay.
Reginald Mustang. All right. Reginald the Mustang. So you attach your horse to the cart, or to the wagon, I should say, and the wagon has enough room for all of you, and then some. Since you're not taking, are you guys taking tents at all, or are you just kind of gonna live out?
Is
in
it
the
a
wild?
covered wagon?
No.
No, probably not. Well, we brought probably our blankets and stuff.
Okay.
But do we wanna do a tent? We can maybe see how much a tent would be. A couple tents.
Yeah, at least 2, right?
Yeah,
Well-
boys and girls. Come on.
Mhm. And if we have a wagon, we can,
Alrighty. Whoa. Sorry. Okay, a tent. Let's see here. So a tent will cost you. Let's see. There's 5 of you, so it will be. Oh, but 2 of you are small. A tent. You guys would need 2 two-person tents. And then because Ashima is a halfling, you could squeeze somebody else in there. Unless you wanted to buy 3, which would be 6 gold, or you could just buy 2 and it would be 4.
I mean, Oshima's small, and then Cecily and Desmond are both pretty small. Actually, none of us are that. How tall are you, Bianca?
5'7", I think. Minus the horns.
Wow. Yeah,
yeah,
we're
you
a
and Poe are
short
the
group.
tallest. That's that's abnormal.
Yeah.
That can be like a group name or something about it, like
The Shouties.
the Shouties.
Oh, how tall is Poe?
He is. Did I write it down?
You told me like 10 or 5'11".
I remember he's taller than Bianca without her horns. I don't know if we determined with.
I bet with it's about the same.
Say 5'11".
Alrighty. So the tallest person is Poe. I don't think anybody questioned that, but now we know the facts.
Good.
Cool.
So
Well,
with that,
I mean, 2 or 3 tents, it doesn't really make a difference because Cecily's gonna have to get over the fact that she'll have to sleep next to somebody, regardless.
unless you
And I'm
get
not gonna ask us to I'm not gonna ask us to get 5 tents. That's ridiculous.
Someone could sleep under the wagon too.
That's true. But yeah, so
We
two-
can
Good point.
afford-
So get your own.
We can afford 2. I mean, we can afford 3, but what do we want? 2 or 3?
At any given time, there's going to be 2 people who are watching.
Let's go 2.
Oh yeah. Okay, so just 2 tents probably.
Okay.
We're buying 2.
Buying 2 tents, 4 gold. Mark that off from somewhere. And then you have all of the supplies you need to venture out into the wilderness. So, you begin your descent. You leave from the stables. There's no gate leading into the exterior of Summer's Rest, only the interior of Summer's Rest. So, easy enough. You're able to make your way down the road, and you can see it sort of leads you curled around a larger lake that you can see, a waterfall descending from where the mayor's estate is for the exterior of Summer's Rest. And as you are descending down, Bianca, you're kind of looking up as, you've been close enough where any strolls you would take throughout the afternoon during your break or closing time, you would always be able to see it. And the mayor's estate is very, very beautiful. But as you're looking up, you can hear a woman's voice in your head. And it says, "Good luck, darling. I wish you the best." As you begin to...
In her head, she's going to say, thanks.
All right. So you stroll down and you begin your descent downward. So, Desmond, Poe, and Cecily, you are keeping... No asking necessary. All three of you are keeping your eyes as sharp as you can, because this is the same area where you were ambushed by two different types of cultists. You make your way down, and it seems like...
I have a hood. I'm going to put it up so that I am not a Dragonborn anymore.
Okay, alrighty. So, and you make sure to get it oversized, that way it covers your little snouty boy.
Yeah, and I'll
Snouty boy.
curl my tail in so that it's not sticking out or anything.
You look just like a normal... It's like that Key and Peele sketch where Jordan is walking in the white neighborhood and the cop's about to pull him over and he pulls up the hoodie and it's like a white kid's face. That's the equivalent of what you're doing right now.
I'm a...
Nicole just walked
What's
right
my
over.
name? Lizard man. I'm a lizard folk.
Not exciting at all. See, I can do the tongue thing. Alrighty, so you make your way down, and as you're making your way down, Poe, Cecily, and Desmond, the new kids on the block, you can see that there are more guards patrolling up and down the road, seeming that after that event and the serial killer that was just able to freely move about, it seems as though they've upped the guarding, at least on this road in between the temple and Summer's Rest. So, you all had left about noon, 1 p.m. as you were settling all of that. And by the time you get to the temple, I mean, that itself is about a half-day's journey. And there's really nothing of too much interest that happens aside from some guards passing you, making sure, as you are riding down, getting closer to the temple, there are two guards on mounted armored horses, part of the Imperial Legion. You can see emblazoned on their chest plate, or their breastplate, and on their shields, and on the tabard that was on the horses, that same crest. The shield surrounded or flanked by lions in shades of purple and white. And as you are approaching them, they sort of come up on each side of the cart, and one of the guards obviously can't see pretty much any of them, as they are all pretty much covered head to toe in metal, and they just kind of stroll by, and you can hear a woman's voice say, "Any trouble on the road, or have all of you been fine?"
No. We've been fine.
Oh, good.
Very cool armor. Very cool.
And you can see the two guards just kind of like, even though they're like shrouded helms, you see the two helms just kind of look at each other and then look back at you. And the woman goes, "All right, thank you. Well, it's good to hear everything's fine. If you do need anything, please do not hesitate to ask any of us up and down the roads. Any sign of trouble, just let us know and we'll have it handled. All right?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Safe travels."
Yeah.
And
Thanks.
with that,
Wow.
horse and head off.
Their armor was so cool.
Fucking guards.
All right. So
Bianca is going to ask Ashima if he wants to play like the red one, blue one game, and like whoever
Yes.
seeing like a guard with a red cape, red one.
Yes,
Green,
absolutely.
whatever. Cool.
I will not use my foot.
Thank you. Actually, can you like not use key or anything as
Yeah,
well?
no,
I'd
we're
like
not.
to keep
It's
my-
just it's like a tap.
Thanks.
1 inch punch.
Red one.
He dies. God. That's what I imagine level 20 monks are like. You give them a high five and you fucking die.
It's really just One Punch Man. It really is. That's all it is.
Like the scene where he's trying to get the mosquito.
Best scene in anime ever. Alrighty, so
It's up there.
you make your way down, and so eventually it starts to get to late evening, sunset. By the time you get to the temple at the very end of that cliffside that sort of feeds into the river that eventually leads to Water's Wake. So my question to all of you is, would you prefer to camp near the temple, where there's a large group of people, or head into the wilderness a little bit just to get some privacy?
What do you guys think?
Well, if we're closer to the temple, we would have access to some soup.
Yeah,
Ooh.
that soup wasn't bad last time. I mean, it was, but it's
It's
food.
pretty bad.
I've had a lot worse.
I'm happy with either option. We do have food, but we can save it for the travel back.
Yeah, I mean, you know, never want to run out of food, so.
I don't mind being near temples. I mean, in this country, it's kind of a 50-50 of whether they call me a heretic and want to burn me or have peaceful discourse.
Oh,
But I like those odds.
This one was very welcoming the last time we were here.
Oh, excellent. Well, we'll assume. I always assume the best in people.
Yeah, it's kind of me too, actually. About half the temples I've been to call me a street rat and throw me out, and the other half give me a bowl of soup and then throw me out and pat themselves on the fucking back for ending poverty.
some of them want to experiment on me,
Wow,
but
I love this world.
You'd all like the East.
Well,
We should
I
go
bet I
there.
would.
how much farther is the east? What, we're already traveling for a day? Where are you from?
Unless you have a very sizable boat, very, very far.
Boat? Like there's more water? How big is the world? Does anyone know? Is that too big of a
Oh, I will.
Too.
I have a map. I packed a map that I know Bianca would have had.
Yes.
Do you want to see?
Yeah. I mean, I guess.
Well, I
I've
mean,
seen
I
them.
guess I only have a map of the Salamander coast, but that's still really big.
That's where we are, right? Kinda. We're somewhere in the middle of that.
Yeah, that little divot there, that is us.
Yeah, we're right there.
And there's Water
And-
Lake.
This one
Ashima-
is
Wait, we're. Is
Wow. Ashima is
What
from
is-
somewhere around. Actually, point to where you're from, Ashima.
I'm from, well, Wukome City is where I was born, which is here, up at the top of that peninsula. But the monastery is a little more south of it, near that little ridge. The second ridge.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what the fuck?
And I was born here, and I'm going to point at Belka. So I didn't travel very far, but
Oh, I didn't know you were from Belka. Very nice.
Mhm. That's where my parents are.
It's farther than I've ever been. Gee,
You
this
just-
is why all my runaways never worked out. I just went to the other end of town. I didn't know there was so much shit. I could have just kept going.
Yeah.
Might be
I mean-
for the best. It's a very dangerous world out there all the same.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I guess 4 days ago I was kind of just small and hungry and helpless. So
Ash-
It's a very kind world, too.
How did you get all the way over here?
A very large boat that made me sick many days.
How long have you been on this side?
Year and a half? Maybe several months for the journey, and then about a year. in town. Wish we could have spent more time going around Atarashi. That would have been nice. Only get to see the coast, really.
Well,
I would
They're
love
kind
to
of like-
see all of this and beyond.
Me too.
Which, Bianca, you do, because you are very studious, you do also have a map of the world.
Oh.
But
Well, I'll
it's-
whip that out too.
Yeah.
You do, and you can see that for some reason your eyes are taking a moment to adjust, and you're like, oh my gosh, what is this bar going across the screen? That's so weird.
That's so weird.
So you kind of go back to the Salamander Coast map for like 30 more seconds. Because the map is still loading into Roll20 on my end. Oh, but everybody froze. That's funny. That is comedy right there. That's so funny. What? All right. That's good. Here we go. Reconnect. Wow, that was real weird. I guess my computer really did not like, or Roll20 really did not like me breaking the meta there.
I guess not. I got real mad at you.
You have to roleplay only.
I know.
No fail RP.
I know.
No fail RP. Gosh.
Alrighty. So now, oh wait, no, but now Bianca's not here. Wait, yes she is. Why is this happening now?
And now the nations of the world.
Come on. Come on.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru.
She's so close. It's still loading. Felicity.
Mm-hmm.
Connect. Because I cannot see her.
Hate that.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah. I've always found.
I wish I had goldfish.
I do too.
I'd even take non-flavor blasted goldfish.
Yeah.
I was munching on these, which is the really obnoxious sound that you guys heard earlier.
Yeah. Combos are kind of just an obnoxious food in general.
Yeah, they're kind of disgusting, but I like them.
Yeah, that's how I feel about Andy Cap's hot fries.
You guys remember when
They're
I
not
had an
good,
addiction to
but
cheese
they're
balls for a while?
Yes, I remember. There's like the meme that Joe made for you, where it's the office with Michael as the cheese balls, and it's like Cameron, literally just keep cheese balls.
Yep.
Okay.
That's how I felt. It was like a problem.
Yeah, sometimes what I do is I just like close out of the browser, and that works.
It might be me. I might need to. Let me refresh my page. What is this? What is this strobe happening?
There's like an achievement for it on Tabletop Simulator.
This is 2,000 miles. Okay, and then 4 to 12. Okay. So 480 divided by 12.
So it's very hot.
Yeah, I would not mind if you turned on the air.
Ah!
I would mind, Connor.
All right, I'll turn it off.
No, do not give in to him.
All right, I won't do it then.
Ah, yes, I can feel it.
Oh. I sat in a new chair and now it feels great.
Yeah, this wooden chair that I'm usually in my room is not good for my tailbone. I must say. It's not really good in general. It's a chair that has character, but it's too big, it's too heavy, it's kind of broken, it doesn't swivel or spin the way it should, and it hurts my ass.
Oh,
So
shit. Ugh. Oh, wait a second. Wait. Okay, there you go. I think everybody needs to reconnect. Felicity, I can see you now.
Okay,
Alright, I'll
cool.
go ahead
Because
and
I'm
do that
like,
real quick.
I don't think anyone else can hear or see me. So,
Yeah, I think it's because we were
Hello?
all in there for so long.
yeah, probably. Is everyone besides Connor back? Cool. Evan, can you hear us? Yay.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, no.
Are.
Okay, there we go.
They're almost cute.
Okay. Here we go. All right, I got Connor, I got Evan, I got Felicity, I got Mark, I got Cameron. Does everybody have everybody?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, what a fun
See
15-minute
all
detour.
of my friends.
So now, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Now, you can finally pull out your world map.
Woo! World
Bianca,
map.
which this is also kind of to scale. Kind of. Like the measurement tool is accurate.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
wait. So the salamander map we just looked at, how much of that is this?
Just this
right
little
here.
tiny portion here. On
Yeah, that right
the
there.
right side.
And there's just more land? There's just more
Yeah.
things?
Yeah.
Now think about Ishima's boat ride just to get here, and look at how long it would take us to get all the way to Cartasia. Could you imagine?
Oh,
Yeah. And I've read so many stories. Oh my gosh. That has to do with there's so much history in Iberian down here. Like, you have no idea. And that's not even that far from us. I don't know as much about Cartasia or even Afera.
I knew a girl who joined our order was from the Wild Wastes. But that's a story for
really?
another. That's a story for another time.
I think it'd be cool to go to the Gemstone Archipelago. Lots of
Yeah.
water.
The World's Crown would be fun to see. See Craghammer and all that.
Oh.
Or not.
Dagudur.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
The easiest one to go to would probably be Thrall, though, because we just have to get on a short little boat ride after we get to Bromsgrove, which is just north of here. So,
That would be a cool vacation.
Oh. So, well, if there's one thing I've learned this week, it's that I don't know shit. Huh. Okay, yeah, you can take this.
it's not that you don't know shit, it's that we tend to not know everything about everything.
I don't know
Yeah.
anything about anything.
Well, okay. Oh I'm gonna go sit over here and think about how small I am. And she'll move like a foot away because it's a wagon. So make space for herself over here.
Okay. All right. So you do as such, and eventually you do get to the temple. Easy enough. Like I said, this temple is beautiful. It's just shrines that are outdoors, equally spaced apart, different little streams and rivers running through them. Some on higher hills for the deities that are more associated with the sky, those associated with, the earth and water, closer to those perspective places. There's one larger commons area where it seems most of the priests and priestesses are, directing people where different shrines are and giving out food to the needy, whoever might need it. So there is like a leek and lentil soup that is available freely for anyone, and there is a more hearty beef stew for those that are willing to pay the 5 copper for it.
Bianca's also going to tuck her tail in and put up a hood, just because these people seem nice, but she doesn't know. And it's much harder for her to hide her horns, so her putting up her hood is kind of funny looking.
Okay.
So, yeah, I got spikies on my head, so.
Yeah, that's
God, you're right, Connor. It's Veggie Thursday. I think Cecily needs to eat the leek and lentils again.
You do.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So,
Because Mark is having Veggie Thursday.
alrighty. So everybody, you grab your meals and you just kind of begin to settle in for the rest of the night, having some more conversations about things and places when maybe you're finally out of this contract that you'd like to go, places you'd like to see, and it's nice to think about something that is not depressing darkness that seems to be all-encompassing and swallowing. It's nice to think about what light and beauty there is in the world, and maybe one day you'll get to see it. Some of you, it's more existential wonder and less actual wonderment, but still. So, settling in for the night. As all of you are about to head to sleep, you can see there's a gentleman who is kind of making his way around, and Cecily, you more so than anybody else kind of recognize the tactics he's using, where he looks kind of battered up and bruised, and he keeps telling people that he was assaulted by bandits and that things were stolen from him, and he's really tore up about it. And just watching, you can tell a real beggar by their shoes, and those are some pretty nice looking boots he has on, and maybe he just wanted nice boots, but you can see him sort of moving around and heading different sets of these campers, and he doesn't ever come near yours. It seems like you guys are far enough on the reach, but you can kind of see him just hitting different sets of people, and then eventually the begging stops and night comes. You can have some rest if you'd like.
I can take one of the watches. I know I have better vision in the dark than some of you.
Yeah.
Do we need to take watches if we're in the temple?
Yeah, do we have sanctuary or?
We're camped outside, right?
Yeah, there's
I
not
thought
really.
we were camped outside.
Yeah, there's not really, for you all, since you have a horse and cart, I mean, there are, common areas where you can stay, but most people who are traveling through, they just camp on the grounds itself and don't really have an interior place to stay. I mean, so you would probably be safe without keeping watches, but it's up to you.
I feel a little bit more comfortable just in case someone comes snooping near a tent or anything like that. You don't know what kind of people have to rely on the temple to find refuge. Which sounds bad, but I mean...
I'll take first watch with you, okay?
I'm gonna stay up for a minute, and I'm gonna go deal with something.
All right, just
Let's all just stay up instead.
be safe.
Stay up super late and eat really good snacks.
I am going.
What was that?
I don't
face
know
you
what
were
about
doing?
that
Stay
was
up
so
all
funny,
night.
but that was.
You guys want to go to Blockbuster beforehand?
Let's play Halo ODST.
I just got Halo 2. You guys want to play matchmaking?
Halo 3 Legendary flood maps only.
Alrighty, so
You
some,
ever gotten all the stars on Modern Warfare Spec Ops? You
So-
come over, all have a bag of Funyuns.
some of you stay up and keep watch, but Cecily, you decide to diverge from the group and handle something. What are you handling?
Well, I want to check back on this boat shoe motherfucker. I want to follow up on this.
Okay.
How much money does he have?
Make an investigation check to see if you can try and find him.
Okay. My
You're
investigation
crunching awful hard.
is low. I am 0 intelligence. Well, 10. But, you know. Ooh, that's not bad though.
Okay, so you follow the tracks. You kind of hear people.
That's funny.
So you can you can see that there is people who are talking, and you follow the trail of rumors about just overhearing people talking about the poor beggar man who came by, who seemed really distressed, and his cart and goods were stolen, and so they gave him a few silvers, a couple of gold crowns, and maybe some food, and maybe a weapon to protect himself as he was. And after all these things, you string it together and you retrace the steps until eventually you get to the last person who saw him. And from there, you know that it is maybe, you can see the tracks on the ground. It's maybe, you can see them go into the forest, and you can see a small campfire from the light forested area that evening, where you can just see where he probably is.
Okay. How far?
Oh, 5-minute walk, maybe even less than that.
So I'm just gonna kind of, she'll peer back at the temple, peer into the woods, and she'll just, yeah, we're doing it. All right, I'm going to ready my blind, suffering child disguise.
Okay.
So I was born with grayish eyes, and I never knew why. And now that I have lightning powers, I think it might have something to do with that. But I have always used it as an excuse to pretend I'm blind from time to time. And I want to put on the disguise and do my best blind impression. Yeah, I'm a little... the blue skin is... We're going to have to work with that. I've never done this with blue skin. But I want to approach his camp and then stumble into it and start to manipulate him.
Okay. So you sort of make your way over and sort of keeping your hands outstretched. Right off the bat, I'd like you to make a deception check. Since it's been a few days, you're maybe a little rusty. Let's see what you got here.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't know why it rolled twice, but...
That's okay. We'll take the first one. So you stumble in
Nice.
and you make these really disheartened, gasping noises. Okay. So you stumble in, make these really gasping noises, and you can see, just out of the corner of your eye, of course not trying to look at him at all, because you don't want to let him in on the truth. You sort of stumble in, fall over, and you just kind of begin padding around. and you hear this gruff voice reply, "Are you all right there, girl? You seem to be lost."
Oh, I'm sorry. Have I stumbled into one of your encampments here?
"Oh, yes, you have, but that's fine. Here, let me come help you." And he kind of moves over and he carefully sort of lifts you up and directs you towards like a wooden stump and sort of sets you down on it and goes back to where he was sitting. And, I mean, you can see him. He's just kind of leaning up against a fallen tree. Legs kicked up, just kind of looking you up and down. Studying you, not in a weird way. I preface that. "So, blind, are you?"
Yeah, I'm afraid so, sir. Thanks for a bit of the help.
Of course,
Yeah.
of course.
You know, I've had a real rough go at it these past few days.
Most people have.
Is that so?
Oh, yeah. Aye, it is so. Rough times people are in right now.
I mean, I've heard about that cult, you know, going around, and all the crime that's been going around, and well,
Crime does
You know,
run
sir, I
rampant, yes.
I don't mean to impose, but you know, I know somebody who's well, I've been separated from a family member, actually, and I'm gonna do my best crocodile tears. They're pretty sick, and I'm looking to get back to them in the city, so.
Oh, my heart. I'd like you to roll a deception check.
Okay. Yep.
You lost your family, you did?
Well, I think I know how to get back to them, but I don't know if I'm gonna have much money for the road, and I don't know if they're gonna have much money when I get back to them. And well, I just hate asking people, but if you have anything at all.
Oh, hey, of course I do. So, your family, what city do they live in? Are they in Summer's Rest, Water's Wake, or?
Back in Water's Wake, yeah.
Well, Water's Wake is a dangerous road, you know.
Yes, I've heard.
Not safe for a blind girl to go by herself.
Well, I think I might be able to find some help here at the temple, you know. At least I think I'm close to the temple, am I?
Oh, you are. Very close to the temple, indeed. In fact, that's where you came from when you were walking over here.
Oh. Right, yes, I must have just got a little bit mixed up. Well, look, just anything that you can do to help a little bit. I don't want to be bothering you much longer.
Of course. And I'll say right now, you're not bothering me. In fact, sitting here by myself for the night, so it's nice to have a little company to talk to. So, what was your name again?
Right, Aravel.
Aravel. Oh,
That's what they call me.
that is a beautiful name. My name is Captain Darrow. As you can see, an older man, probably in his 40s or 50s, maybe half elven. He's got the slightest curve to his ears and to a point. Sort of torn up, ripped up tabard and vest with a cutlass that is sort of sitting across his lap right now.
A captain?
Oh, aye.
Well, I didn't know I was in presence of a captain.
Not just any captain. And you can see him kind of lean forward. Not to spook you at all, but a pirate captain nonetheless.
Oh. Well, that's, I trust we won't be having any trouble with each other, will we?
Oh, no, of course not, little girl. You see, I like your act, I do. It's a good one. But it's not every day I see a blue girl with blonde hair coming into the temple with a collection of other strange-looking individuals. Been around as long as I have, those things start to stick out. Didn't seem that blind when you came in, and believe me, your act was impressive. If I hadn't noticed you, if you hadn't stuck out so much, would have bought it. I really would have. But little blue girl stands out a little bit. But that being said, I admire the hustle. I do. So, tell me what you really want. And it's yours. Aravel.
I don't like anyone begging when they don't have to.
What makes you think I don't have to?
Look at you. Look what you're wearing. Come on.
I suppose. I look nice and dapper and like I'm ready to go to the prince's ball, do I?
You know, if you're a pirate captain, shouldn't you be doing something more worth your time than taking advantage of some temple?
Oh. You know,
I
I
mean-
never thought about that before. Maybe I should find a ship and a crew. Do something on the sea. You know, little girl, Aravel, was it? You've got a good mind to you. Really. Here's what we'll do. Today, this hustle, I got about 150 gold. And a few bits of food, some nice weapons, things to protect myself, some nice clothing. I'll give you 50 gold.
If
No reason. I like the way you think. And I like what you see. Not all pirates are bad. We take from people who are deserving. Did you see the people I was stealing from?
well, yeah, but
Did you know who those people were?
who?
Oh, they were fat, rich merchants, plutarchs. They were people who take advantage. You know who I didn't stop by? The poor blue girl and her poor companions. From a mile away, I could tell that you didn't have a cent that I would want to take. Because you need it. They don't. So, how do you feel now? Still want to pull a trick on me, try and steal from me?
Are you gonna give anything that you took to someone else? Or is it all for you?
Oh, it's going to something else. Don't worry about that. Of course, I keep a modest cut for myself. But nothing too much. I've learned the hard way that, well, taking from people and keeping too much leads down a very slippery slope. Learned my lesson once or twice. Believe me, you don't get to be as old as I am and stay a pirate by being stupid.
Sure.
So, Aravel. You know, I think it'd be a good idea. You take the money, you head back to your group, and, well, maybe they'll be able to give you a history lesson, and if you're ever in need of a ship and a crew and a pirate, be on the lookout. Because, well, like I said, I like what you got going on, and I think that the crew would too. So, you don't have to stumble in, and I said it before, but it's a good act. Don't drop that one.
Well, if I ever figure out how to not be blue, I'll try it again.
There might be a priestess in there who can help you out. I've seen it before. I've got a mate of mine who it's happened to him before.
Really?
Why?
Well, what do you have any idea what caused it? Do you know what?
Oh, so this is new to you then?
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, crewmates of mine. We were traversing through the Salamander coast, doing what we do, raiding, pillaging, all that good stuff. And, well, I saw him discharge this bolt of lightning towards another ship, cutting it in half, but then I saw a flash from him. This surge of energy emerged from him, and, well, he was blue. Blue as the sea on a clear day. And
So he's a sorcerer too. His powers just kind of showed up one day.
Yep. He was just a crew hand, mopping, tying up rope. But then, one day, he was on the crow's nest, got struck by lightning. We thought he was dead. He woke up, had a body all covered in lightning bolt scars, and he could shoot lightning out of his fingertips. You know, some say
Me your name again?
Captain Darrow.
Darrow.
Some say he was blessed by Acadia himself, the tempest primordial goddess, a woman of wind and lightning who descends her wrath upon those unworthy or just worthy enough to survive.
Huh. Okay, that's neat. So, let's just keep each other in mind and part ways then.
Alrighty, Aravel, don't forget your 50 gold.
Yeah, if you're still offering it, no strings attached.
Of course.
Okay. She, as Cecily, will just kind of trepidatiously. And then I will do a weird, like, wave nod thing, because I guess we're done here, and then I will just kind of make my way back.
Okay.
And the whole way I'm back, I'm just going to be like, fucking blue. Fucking, why didn't I think fucking blue? And then I will return. I will set the...
No. Why?
Joe disappeared.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
there he
Sorry, I'm back. You said I will go back and I will set the.
I am wherever our communal. I'm going to give the 50 gold to the communal pile,
Okay.
wherever that is. And then I'm just going to let everyone know. No big deal. Got some money. Got some info. We'll talk later. And then I'm just going to go to bed. I mean, I'm not going to fall asleep within 3 seconds. So if somebody needs to bother me, they can, I guess. But I'm
How
going
long
to
was
bed.
Cecily gone for?
Probably 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Actually, probably closer to a half an hour between the investigating and the actual conversation.
After she goes to sleep, when Bianca and I are on watch, I'm going to try my damnedest again to create a mage hand.
Okay.
After I'm 100% certain that Cecily's asleep.
Okay. Make an Arcana check.
Can I see him try this?
Oh yeah.
I'm not hiding it.
Okay.
You focus so hard, and nothing.
Sorry, it's not working.
It's okay.
You don't have to make a mage hand.
I do.
Why?
For myself, I guess. I don't know.
All right. I mean, Cecily can't do some things that you can do.
Of course. That's okay.
But it's not okay if you can't do everything?
I mean, not everything, but that.
Okay, so what things are you okay not being able to do?
Slice a ghoul in half with a giant sword.
And why are you okay that you can't do that?
Is Poe asleep right now? I'm gonna.
Yeah,
try-
I was going to say earlier he would go to bed.
I'm gonna try to pick up his sword and just like. I know my limits.
But you don't believe you have limits with magic. Okay, I get you.
No, that's different. I'm not gonna put his sword back where I found it. I'm just gonna keep it next to me. Well,
So,
Dragonborn are supposed to be kind of innately magical creatures, I've heard. And God, it pisses me off that Cecily can do that and I can't.
well, can't you breathe some kind of magical breath?
That's different.
Cecily can't do that.
I know.
I mean, it's all right. I mean, but maybe instead of trying to make a mage hand happen, why don't you study and learn and get a scroll and read up on it, and then you can actually do it, because plenty of people aren't magical and can do magic. Some of the best wizards are regular, just humans.
Yeah, maybe I'll try that.
I can look around for some scrolls if you'd like.
Sure.
I mean, or if you don't want help, I don't have to help either.
I mean, that's okay. You don't have to do that for me.
I mean, I just don't mind.
Well,
I'll
if
keep
you
an eye
find
out. I won't
something-
make it a mission, but I'll keep an eye out. If I see anything, I'll think of you, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Bianca.
No problem. And while they're on watch, since there's so many other people around, she's also going to like half watch, half read through her own book, the Blood Hunter book.
Yes. Okay. I'd like you to go ahead and make an we'll say intelligence check.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not where intelligence is. There it is. Boop. Will it load? I clicked it once. Okay.
Okay.
That's okay.
So you begin reading through, and for one, the language is just hard. You have this innate connection to the words, and you can kind of feel your own blood in your veins, aiding you in deciphering what's in this book. But it's just so dense, where each symbol in this book means 17 different things, and trying to sort of decode and decipher along the way. And you're relaxed right now, but it's just hard to focus on it. And you make some progress, but you probably need to spend a little bit longer in order to discover anything.
Mm-hmm. And she's kind of she's a little multitasking as well, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch out just in case there's anything.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, alrighty. So with that, the first watch comes to an end, and then is it just Poe and Ashima on the second one?
Yeah.
Okay. So the two of you begin your watch. Were you guys wanting to talk about anything?
I'm nothing in particular. I had my moment earlier.
All right. So
Yeah, you guys had a thing.
We already did that.
the two of you finish your watch. Everybody wakes up in the morning, and with that, as the sun begins to rise, more soup is available in this morning for you to eat. You pack up your camping supplies, and you begin to head eastward towards where you know the boy and his two friends are. And that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo! There we go. Alrighty, so thank you everybody for watching. Whoever gets this far, we greatly appreciate you, and